Alrighty, so today we are going to do a full rundown of Soulfire and Fiery Avenger. Which, if we pop down here... Okay, they did actually change it. Never mind. I was going to say, Fiery Avenger used to be the requirement for unlocking Paladin. They did actually just change it to the Sky Quests. So, never mind that. But that being said, Fiery Avenger is one of the best weapons in the game. Yes, the Berserker Cudgel of the Fool does have a better ratio. I know. You don't need to actually me. But Fiery Avenger also has a bunch of stats on it as well, and has probably the second best ratio in the game behind the Berserker stick. But before we can talk about Fiery Avenger, we got to get a Soulfire. And that is a quest deeply connected into all the lore of Freeport, between the Paladin guilds and the militia. It's actually a really lore-rich quest, and we're not going to get too deep in the weeds on the lore. For all you lore enjoyers out there, go talk to some NPCs around Freeport, especially in the Paladin guilds. And there's a lot of neat lore to interact with and discover there, so highly recommended. We're going to do kind of more the speedrun version. First thing we need to acquire, for reasons that will become obvious soon, is a cloth shirt. And right here, this little halfling happens to sell cloth shirts. By the way, it's got to be a regular cloth shirt, not large or small, but plus marks don't matter. Just a regular, good old-fashioned cloth shirt. This is available off of basically any cloth armor vendor, in or near Freeport or other medium-sized race towns. So, for the low price of 5 gold. You could also kill mobs and, kill low-level mobs and get one, but, we can just buy one for 5 gold. Also worth noting, by the way, in the course of the Soulfire quest, you will become very, very KOS to the guards in East and West Freeport. So keep that in mind. But the first thing we need to do is earn ourselves a testimony of truth from the Knights of Truth to prove that we are actually a real paladin and not just a poser. And our good friend Mirko Quitalis, back in the Hall of Truth, told us that he needs us to go do a couple of Squire tier tasks to prove ourselves. And one of those involves going out into a newbie zone like East Common Lands, or North Row, or Butcher Block, or anywhere like that. Finding a giant spider and killing it and taking its venom sac. So, first thing we need to do is just run around and look for giant spiders. So this is honestly a step you would just do automatically while doing normal newbie leveling. It's got to be a giant spider, by the way, not a spiderling. So that spiderling right there gets to live another day. Well, in the meantime, however... Yeah, he is... Alright, I see a spider right over here. Hey, a large spider. Get over here. Alright. You killed a large spider. It did not drop what we need. That's okay. Now, it's a pretty common drop. We don't have to work too hard to get this piece. Again, it's something you'll pick up just through normal newbie leveling. Which also means at like level 5 when you're killing giant spiders and you get a spider venom sac, you can correctly say that you have started your epic quest. Or, pre-epic, since that's pretty much what Fiery Avenger is. As we're working our way across the common lands looking for spiders, we're also keeping our eyes out for an NPC named Altinic Jarton, which he happens to be wandering around right now. He's teleporting through a tree, as NPCs do. Good evening, minion. And Altinic Jarton is the guy who needs this cloth shirt. And we get some faction with the good guys, minus faction with the bad guys. And for our highly generous donation of a cloth shirt, he has given us a token of generosity. Now, Altinic does like to wander around Eastern Commonlands, but I will mention his actual hut that he otherwise hangs out in is right here. This little hut near the road, right before you turn into Western Commonlands. Sometimes he'll be in here. If he's not, he's out wandering around. If you have track, he's very easy to find. Otherwise, you may need to go wander, or just wait for him to come back. But that's step 1 done. Now we'll just work our way back towards Freeport here and keep our eyes out for spiders. Sadly, not scarabs and not fire beetles. We don't need those. But, actually, one thing we might need are snake scales. We don't need snake venom sacs, unfortunately. But we might need snake scales. Apparently, none of these snakes have any scales. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us in the asp later. Oh, hello, Sergeant Slate. Yeah, he's very KOS to us right now. No surprise there. Not a lot of spiders out and about today. Not a lot of spiders out. Of course, the desire sensor is a thing. It knows we're looking for spiders, so it gives us nothing but wolves and scarabs. Such is life. But anyway, y'all get the idea. We do have a spider venom sac already prepped in our inventory, so... And we're stuck in a tree. Zensi. So we'll head back into town here, and we're going to need to do a little bit of trade skilling. Faltorvo, good evening. Pretty sure we have all the components we need for the trade skilling, but... And it's very easy trade skilling, by the way, don't worry. But, you know, because we're KOS to the militia, we're going to use a little secret passage here. Over on the northern corner of the entrance to West Freeport, there's this little system here. And Toxdell here would sell us some poison supplies if he wasn't dubious. But we don't need poison supplies because we fight fair. So we're going to use this little sewer passage in here. In order to sneak into town right under all the guards' noses. Yes, the sewer provides. We will actually be going to Kino Sewers later. That will 100% be a thing. By the way, if you're a low-level character doing this, you need to hug the west wall here and hug it for dear life as you go through this little segment. RX Pain tells me 2 hours after you left. Oh. Yeah, you need to hug this wall because Driana Poxborn is right there. She's a level 25 Necromancer and very KOS. Now, she's scared of us. That's why she's facing the wall. Honestly, I mean, kind of a cutie. Like, I could fix her. But if by fix her, you mean, you know, chop her in half with a flaming sword. And she does drop a purple senior apprentice robe. So if you're a necro and you want a nice fancy purple robe, well, there you go. But as you can see on the map, this is pointing us right to North Freeport. Yeah, if you're like level 10 or 15, Driana Poxborn is actually dangerous. So be careful if you're going this route at low levels. And then we pop out of this little hole here and go through this little tunnel. So going early access, take all my money. I'll be there too. And we end up right here at the Freeport Office of Landholders. So we're back in the nice part of town, where people are all lawful good. And then we can just roll over here to the Hall of Truth. And we need to go into the back side here. Past the Paladin's Spell Vendor. And here is our good friend, Mirko Quitalis. Hi, Mirko Quitalis. How you doing, bud? So we will give him the Spider Venom Sack. Which, again, we get plus good guy faction and minus bad guy faction. And then he tells us, you have earned the token of bravery. Now you must ask yourself if you are ready to face true fear. You will have but one chance. If you feel you are powerful enough to easily slay that desert tarantula, then hand me both tokens earned, and you shall face the test of truth. So he wants us to hand him the token of generosity that we got from Altanic, as well as the token of bravery that he just gave us. Alright, go and search this structure. Inside you shall find your opponent. Victory shall bring you your final token. Return it to me. Remember our ways, and remember our foes. Send them to their judgment in the afterlife. Be swift with your thoughts. May Mar be with you. And when he says this structure, he means this over here. If we go in here, we will find Guardwillia, who is very KOS to us because she's on Freeport Militia faction. She is level 6. By the way, if you're at a low level and you knock her into low health, she will try to run away, and she will actually try to run down there. Please do not harm me. I am a lady underneath this garb. I just wanted to join the Freeport Militia. No, you don't. Yeah. If you're too slow, she'll run away. And she will try to train her way out to the bottom of this tunnel here. and she will despawn. Yes. So she begs for mercy here. She joined the Freeport militia to help her people. Please, please, I am nobody. Mar, have mercy. I give you the truth. Is that not what you stand for? Mirko is my uncle. But when we kill her, she gives us the usual guard death phrase of "Your name shall be added to the most wanted list of the Freeport militia." So, clearly trying to trick us into not chopping her head off. Mm-hmm. And doing that gives us the token of truth, which, per Mirko's instructions, we will hand to him. Ding. Gives us more good guy faction and more negative bad guy faction, and we now have a testimony of truth, which reads, Testimony of truth. I believe in the might of Nathaniel Mar. I shall uphold the words of Mar and defend them with my life. I shall protect the righteous weak and avenge the souls of those whose life has been taken for naught. From this day forth, I shall become a living vessel for the ideals of the Truthbringer, and if I should ever falter from his grace, may he cast me from this life and into the lifeless void. Praise be to Mar. Okay. That's one step done. We'll tuck that away in there for later. Terror Angela. Was she spying? Willia was just a member of, she had joined the Freeport militia, clearly fallen from grace, and, needed to be dealt with appropriately. Yes, sneaking in here through the aqueduct, or the sewers. Who knows what she was up to. But, and Mirko tells us, you have performed well, you have shown your allegiance to truth, and cast aside the Freeport militia. The militia will surely despise you from now on. This is how they treat the Knights of Truth. Beware. Followers of Mar stand alone in this city. But alright. That is one component done. Now, we have some business over in East Freeport. And this is one of the little kind of goofy steps that where we might be here for a couple of minutes, depending on our luck. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, those faction hits right there aren't huge, but they do add up. And, Guard Ethel. Why you gotta be that way? They don't pay you enough for this. Yeah. You also get a, if you need to raise your Knights of Truth faction at all just to get out of KOS, you can always just kill the guards through here. Though, again, you will become very, very KOS very, very quickly. They do drop fine steel weapons and whatnot, so you can also kill these guys for just money. Just shake them down for cash. But we need to go to East Freeport right now. Guard Emmeline. Bruh. It didn't have to be that way, Guard Emmeline. But thank you for the fine steel weapons. And, alright, we're going to actually pop a potion here. Just so we can run through East Freeport without having to kill 30 guards. Just for, efficiency's sake. We are on our way to the Seafarer's Roost. Which is the bar over by the docks. Oh, by the way, I am actually going to prep a Membler, because there are a couple of guys in here that we might aggro, potentially. So we're going to put Root and Membler up, just in case. And we need to buy 4 drums champagnes from the bartender. Which he doesn't want to talk to us. You might need to... Okay. She is just not open for business. But she's only apprehensive, fortunately. She's on a different faction than Gregor, so we should be fine. Although... if we take additional... if we take Enchanter... and swap over... I think we have... utility beneficial... alliance. We do have benevolence. Yes, we can cast benevolence if we need to. And by casting... oh, do we still have the spell? Or did she get in our way? You cannot cast benevolence? Really? That's what it's for. Can we cast benevolence? You cannot cast benevolence on Henna. That's what benevolence is for. Yeah, but for some reason, because just NPCs are coded that way. Apparently it won't let us actually cast the faction spells on... oh well. Also, Zyko Mike, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the program. And yes, it will absolutely be a VOD. We are recording as we go. Well, in the meantime, this brewing barrel, we need to make a bog juice, which we have apparently none of the components for. But it requires a water flask, a bottle, and snake scales. Do we really not have any snake scales? No, we don't have any snake scales. Okay. We do have some bog juice, though. In the bank. Okay. And do we have any edible goo? Do not have edible goo. We will need to make some edible goo. That's okay. We can do that. Get a portable cask. There's only one trade skill combine you have to do, and it's this one. Alright, well, we can't use, Can we cast benevolence on this guy? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, and suddenly he's amiable. But, yeah, the bartender's still dubious. I don't think any... Hasten, illusion, other... Will, would an earth elemental illusion help at all? You have sneak? I will switch to rogue if need be. Or monk. It's not going to actually matter. Alt, yeah, edit. We'll get rid of Enchanter and put on Rogue. Okay, you're now a Rogue. And so now, we go into Actions. We can hide. And we can sneak. You're as quiet as a herd of running elephants. Okay. You have failed to hide yourself. Or was it, failed to hide yourself again. Sneak again. Would it be better to just feign death as a... Failed to hide yourself. Had to do with making a drink with cola nuts. And the other bartender still doesn't feel like yeah, she will eventually move back behind the bar and actually it might be easier to from rogue switch to monk maybe. And feign death. And although we now of course we fell to the ground. You got necro, can just cast it. Oh yeah. So yeah, what level spell is necro? Or is feign death on necro? Like low teens, I only have necro at 10. So not sure what the... Well, we're getting some skill points. You only need to succeed once here. Can't charm the... Actually, no, because you can't cast detrimental spells on merchants. Like we were going to cast Alliance, but you're not even allowed to cast Alliance on merchants. If the other NPC would hurry up and get back to business, you know, eventually, you know, we click this enough times, we'll get enough skill points to actually succeed. Yep. Like you've got some editing to do? Yeah. Though, hey, you know, this is part of dealing with faction problems. As you do good guy stuff in Freeport, you do, you will inevitably screw up your merchant faction. Hey, we finally succeeded. Oh, can we not buy from a merchant while feign death, apparently? No. He is indifferent, but we can't. Really? We can't. I did not have to do this the first time. Alright, so feign death, we can't actually buy from a merchant while feign death. That's good to know. In which case, let's go back to rogue. Because, actually, wait, we'll, I don't think Invis will... I don't think Invis works for this. But we'll give it a try. Just vanilla Invis. No. Because as soon as you try to click on him, it breaks Invis, and, yeah, he's on to your shenanigans. But sneak should work. As we're behind him. You just need sneak to actually work. Or hide. Yeah, hide just does the same thing. Yep. Hey, stop looking at me. I'm trying to sneak. Likewise, if the other bartender over here would kindly get back to work, it would save a lot of problems. You need to bind those movement keys. Yeah, like... Man, how much skill do you need in sneak for it to work at all? It's okay, because we do need to... About 25? Okay. Tykar Renlin, that's also... This is the guy we need to talk to. You have any spare coppers for a thirsty soul? I do, actually. Here you go. It doesn't do anything. Item. I don't have any, I don't have any drum champagnes on me? No, of course not. And we really need... Oh, hey, stop looking at me. Yeah. I think I'm getting the full XR experience. Yes. This is, oh yeah, we could actually go to a, we may have to actually go, skill this up at a, yeah, at a trainer. You got a million? Yeah, I do, actually. I'm also a little concerned. I don't think Tykar Renlin's faction is going to matter. And he is a regular NPC. We can actually cast Alliance on him if we really need to. Okay. We are now sneaking. There we go. Drum, champagne. We need 4 of these. There we go. Sneak worked. Oh, and Tykar has disappeared. Of course he has. That's okay. We will stay sneaks just in case. Yeah, his faction doesn't matter. That's what I thought. But okay, well, now we play the waiting game. Of course, we get our successful purchase. You know, just as Tykar disappears. And I'm doing it again purely for the sake of recording a guide. Because I've already got the heal click on my existing Fiery Avenger. It's the drop rate on Purity Belt. I've never farmed it, so I can't say. Also, while we're sneaking, this guy doesn't happen to have any other kind of useful stuff. Oh, he's got some Keola nuts for sale. Also, a no-trade gold ring. That must be the Gynox gold ring. Well, we do need water flasks, actually. We'll buy 100 of those. Used merchant gloves. But yeah, drums champagne, which does have the quest tag, is the one we need for the task at hand. Oh, we need bottles also. We need like 10 bottles. And Ryzen Call, thanks for that follow. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, Squeak Style also. Good to see ya. Happy Monday, everybody. Likewise, yeah, Violum and BK Shepik, all good evening to all of you. Yep, yeah, the Keola nut is used in a faction quest. And also, it was like 115 plat. Good lord. Or no, he has 115 in stock for 2 gold each. You know what? We're gonna buy 100 of those just to stick in our trade skill depot for now. Also, the oh, we do actually have bottles on hand. Do we have snake scales? Okay, we actually don't have snake scales on hand. But we do have bottles. Um, and what was it? Bug juice. Yeah, we need to go. All right, so we will need to get snake scales. That's fine. Yeah, we'll go check a few vendors on the way. Because that's going to be the next thing we need to do after this. If I took your build and changed it to have Bard instead of Berserker, how badly would I be kneecapping myself? I think you'd do okay. You know, you wouldn't have the lawnmower attack speed of Berserker stance, but you get Bard haste songs and Bard resists and Bard mana regen and all the other good Bard stuff. So, you still get a lot of value. Vendor blank cloth shirt turn and believe. Okay, do they sell I mean, do they have snake scales just automatically or okay. Yeah, we'll go out to and by the way, you can totally when Tykar spawns, you can you know, you need to hand him 4 drums champagnes, but you could hand him multiple stacks of 4 so that you have extras for later. You're losing the King of Two-Handers. You know, yeah, and technically, yeah, the Cudgel of the Fool from the Berserker Plane of Sky quest does have a better ratio than Fiery Avenger, but it does not have the pile of stats, and it's not a flaming sword. So, a little bit of give and take there. Though, you know, once ornamentation tokens are in game, you could just take the ornamentation from Fiery Avenger and put it on the Cudgel. Mixed with a Cudgel. Yeah, what a trucker. I believe it. Pardor actually sells snake scales? Based. Okay. That will make that process much easier. Yeah, we will go pay Pardor a visit then. Do we have in our trade skill depot? I'm pretty sure we have lots of fire beetle eyes. Yeah, we have 213 fire beetle eyes. And what is the other component of edible goo? Rat ears, which we have several of also. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we can we not have, oh, we've got 12 rat ears. Okay, so we have the makings of the edible goo. We just need to go get the snake scales. Planoric Spinecracker, who's actually amiable to us, despite his appearance. I mean, yeah, the cudgel is goofy because you hold it upside down. But it is the cudgel of the fool, so it makes sense that you hold it upside down. Yeah, and a bunch of different NPCs will spawn here at the bar. You just gotta sit here and wait for Tykar to pop. So, yeah, good chance to sit here and level up hide and sneak or something. Or cast a summon weapons spell to level up your conjuration or something. You might be here for a few minutes. Fortunately, sense hating just starts at 200 for all characters, so you don't have to level that up. And Pastine, how's the sustain? Very good. You know, promised renewal from Cleric just makes the impossible possible. Berserker Stance is easily the most endurance efficient of the damage dealing stances. How about level brewing? You could absolutely level brewing while you're sitting here, because there's a brew barrel right here. You could absolutely level brewing. Oh, with the rogue and not the cleric. I mean, we're only on rogue right now for the sake of sneaking to talk to the vendor. Because we were dubious with the vendor. So we had to switch to rogue and just practice sneak a little bit. But yeah, good lesson in how to deal with unruly merchants for later, because this is a regular problem people will run into with this step of the quest right here. And as I mentioned before, you will absolutely wreck your Freeport Merchant faction while doing good guy quests in the area. Sustain with Rogue, not so good then. I mean, now granted, I've only leveled Rogue to 22, and I was just screwing around in Befallen, so not a great example. But the damage on Backstab was really good, and you know, even hitting mobs from the front. But definitely a lack of healing. You still don't have a, well, I guess we would eventually get the slow poison for Rogue, so as long as you can proc that and land it, that is helpful. But, you know, you could just be a shaman instead and have a real slow and all the buffs and other debuffs that come with it. Oh, hey, Henna finally is going back to her stand. And so, other note, while Gregor here is dubious, Henna is on a different faction, and she's only apprehensive. So we can just buy from her normally, and she does also sell drums champagnes. She was off the clock there for hours and hours and hours, but she is also an option. Had she been on the clock, we could have just talked to her this whole time and been moved on to the next step by now. But, you know, she was on her her union break or whatever for 18 hours. She must be a teamster. Yeah, I think Paladin, Rogue, Berserker would have challenges doing solo raid content. I'll never say that it's impossible. Anything is possible. But I will say it would probably be very challenging. Trollin here is going to troll us with some songs. Hi, Trollin. Yes, sit and order an ale. I shall be playing soon. Yes, yeah, some of the bards here will actually play song, or, well, in chat they will /say some songs. Yeah, sneak is just a useful skill for dealing with, yeah, like I said, unruly merchants. And as Squeak Style said, yeah, you need to get sneak to about 25-ish before it ever succeeds. Rangers probably get sneak, yeah. I assume so. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed we couldn't just cast Alliance. That would have solved everything. And you're just not allowed to cast spells or anything on merchants. Though, let that be a reminder, especially for the Ixars in the crowd. You know, level up Enchanter a little bit to get Alliance, and that does have value. You just can't use it on merchants. But other quest NPCs, you can use that to potentially help deal with the rigors of being a lizard. And oddly enough, this right here, one of the most annoying parts of Soulfire. So, yep, just waiting. I will definitely have to edit out like a good chunk of this probably. Oh, never mind. There he is. Hi, Tenkar or Tykar Renlin. All right. Where'd our drums champagnes go? There it is. Okay. We need to give him 4 of these unstacked. Alright, there we go. Oh, that was good. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. My friend Zimmel is a fellow beggar. He was locked up in the arena. They were going to let him go when the Freeport militia came for him. Ha! He's crazy as a troll now. I took this blanket from his cell before I was released. I no longer need it, and my guilt has reached its peak. I do not want crazy old Zimmel to freeze. Perhaps you can return it to him. Okay, there we go. So, bunker cell number 1. Alright. We'll worry about that a little later. And let us swap back to our real kit. Here's the trick to charm the Evander's Hoop NPC. I turn in to guarantee the hoop. I have not heard that. Is that a thing? Because that sounds awesome. Hey, Chippy. What you looking at, bud? That also sounds like a bug that will definitely get fixed. Alright, so we're going to go meet Zimmel here in a bit. But in addition to needing his blanket, he is hungry and thirsty. He is out of food and drink. Of course, if we need snake scales, we can also just murder newbie yard snakes if we really want to. Oh, well, would you look at that? First snake drops some scales. Oh, we did it on TLP. Interesting. Okay. Well, I do have a bunch of puppet strings. And hello, Pardor the Blessed. So yes, he does just sell snake scales. Excellent. You know what? We'll just buy a stack of 100. They cost basically nothing. Yeah. 100 snake scales cost 1 platinum. I think the Charmer had to have high faction. Interesting. Did you camp hilt again? Yes, we did that last night. We actually got 5 hilts in relatively short order. You know, and then Ghoulbane took forever, as it does. Let's go ahead and invis. Past the gate guards. Alright, so we need a... we need an oven, for one. And then we will need a brew barrel. Also... Okay. There we go. There's an oven. And we need to make edible goo. There it is. Now it popped up. It says we have none. What? Trade Skill Depot. Come on. Oh, wait. Our rat ears are in the bank, aren't they? They are actually in the bank. Nuts. Okay, we gotta go to North Freeport. Because our rat ears are in the bank, not in the Trade Skill Depot. So, alright, we gotta actually go to North Freeport. That's fine. Bog and Goo, Blanket 2. Yep, you know the line. Gonna make a bunch of +5 Avengers. We're only gonna make 1 today, but that is the goal. But, you know, that is gonna be dependent on Shin Lord actually dropping some more Ghoulbanes. That is honestly the, like, the failure point. Since we can't quest Ghoulbane, we have to rely on Shin Lord's generosity. Oh, yeah, we're in the right place. And there is a couple of trade skill vessels in the area. Alright, find item. We need... what? Rat ears. What? Is it in the dragon sword? Rat ears, there we go. Retrieve. And we'll just retrieve all 6 of them. Okay. Okay, fire beetle eyes. We're gonna withdraw like 10 of those. And bottles, we're gonna withdraw like 10 of those. And we already bought snake scales. We have snake scales, bottles, and pods. So, yeah, we're good. Okay. Okay, so. We need an oven, which will be not that far away. Because it's right here. Okay. In the oven. Alright, now we can combine. We have, even with basically no cooking skill, because it's a 21 trivial, we can combine these. We have lacked the skills to make it. Alright, we have fashioned some edible goo. Very good. We'll just go ahead and make as many of these as possible. 50% chance to succeed, and we're like 1 out of 4 so far. There we go. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 6. Alright, whatever. Alright. And we need a brew barrel as well, which is in the tavern. Surprise, surprise. Oh. Alright, and we will make bog juice. Combine, yay, we succeeded. In fact, we'll just make a few of these. We'll end up saving these for later, I'm sure. We'll need them eventually. Oh, see, now the bog juice is coming along nicely. But that's plenty. Alright. So, that being accomplished, now we can go actually talk to poor old Zimmel. There is no Ghoulbane quest currently. It is not available in-game, so... So yeah, rip that particular dream. But yeah, we'll worry about Ghoulbane once we actually have a Soulfire in hand, which will take a little while. We got some ground to cover. I haven't personally seen any talk in that regard, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. So I cannot personally confirm or deny any discussions on adding the Soulfire quest. Or yeah, the Ghoulbane quest. So anyway, we need to go down to the arena in Western Freeport. which also doubles as the prison. And posted that if you have the 2 other lore drops from Hoop NPC, if you have the 2 lore junk drops on you, every try after that will be a Hoop. Interesting. Alright. So we go into the bowels of the prison here, and we find a prisoner. You'll notice the cells are not locked, oddly enough. Hail a prisoner. He doesn't have much to say. Though he will mumble some nonsense if we stand around long enough. But crucially, okay, he needs some edible goo. He needs some bog juice. Yes, bog and goo. Blanket 2. We give those 3 items to him. And a prisoner hands you something and says, hide, hide, safe, clerk has the clue, must travel, travel, travel to Naria's corridor. And interestingly, that turn-in right there gives you plus Knights of Truth, plus Merchants of Kinos, plus Coalition of Trade Folk, which are the merchants, most of the merchants here in Freeport, and Coalition of Trade Folk Underground. Gives plus to all of those. That's a rare combination. Normally, Knights of Truth goes down when Trade Folk goes up. So yeah, that is a potential way right there to fix your merchant faction. Done this quest more times than you'd like to admit. Me too. I did this many times back on live, so I could, always have a Soulfire in my pocket for the purpose of, 5 instant cast charges of complete heal. So, what the beggar just gave us is HK 102. High Keep Strongbox 102. So we would need to go to the clerk in High Keep to find out what this is for. We will come back to that in a minute, though. We will swap over to a different side of the quest real quick. And that is getting the glowing sword hilt. Now that drops off of Zacatl in Mistmoor. So we want to port over to Greater Fadark. Yeah, here we go. Here's the prisoner's dialogue. Tickle Bumblecoo, Bog and Goo. Even if you want to poop sock with the best of them. Yup. Nope, Soulfire does not have charges. It casts Promised Renewal instantly with a 15-minute cooldown. Generally speaking, most wearable items that used to have charges on their clicky now have a cooldown instead of charges. Yep. You can see it right here. Promised Renewal, must equip, cast time instant, requires level 40 to click, cooldown 900 seconds, which is 15 minutes. Yes, very, very good. So we have teleported over to Greater Fadark. From here, we will run to Lesser Fadark. Now, last night, we actually pre-farmed the drops here, because it could potentially take a very long time. So basically what we're going to do is run up to the camp, hang out for a couple of minutes, and then we'll just skedaddle and take the step as understood. If we get one more drop, cool. If not, no big deal. Yeah. Glory be that paladins get to buy the horse AA at level 20. Such good quality of life. And remember, when Bonnie Tyler was holding out for a hero, she specifically asked, "Is there a white knight upon a fiery steed?" Yeah. I toss and I turn, and I dream of what I need. So, Bonnie was definitely a paladin enthusiast. So on Ritual Cast, it is not. Oops, before we actually run in here, you know what? We will use an invis potion just to save time. Make sure there's nobody actually in here. Okay, it's just me. Good. So we're going to run through Mistmore here. We need to go to the spa. But as we get through the entrance here, what we can do to shortcut our way to the spa, we go in here through the graveyard, past all these glyphed sentries, and back here in the back corner, we press into the wall, and hey, a fake wall. In fact, it's a double fake wall that leads into this torture chamber down here. The door is fake. The wall is also fake. But then this brings us up through this corridor right here. We cut in through here, and you can see this on the map. If we turned around, this is where the tower is. And we go through another torture chamber. And this deadly usher here, and this shadow scribe, they're kind of threatening me with a good time. I mean, this girl, I don't know, the green eyes on the dark elf, skin and the white hair, I don't know. It's, I can fix her. And, past the gargoyles, and then one more fake wall puts us in the spa. And the Mistmore guard right here is the placeholder. By the way, this room right here is also where the Diamondine earring drops. So, and there's a few other general named that you could actually pull from here if you're doing enough damage. Depending on how overpowered you are at the time. So we're going to go ahead and just kill some of these Dark Ritualists for funsies. As we were testing out last night, the Mistmore Guard will, Orzacotl, who is a big fat troll Shadow Knight, who is level 40, by the way. He's actually the highest level mob in the zone, as far as I'm aware. And if you saw there, this spawn, whether it's the guard or Zacatl, will respawn and just cycle through if left unattended. Left unattended, it will repop approximately every minute and 52 seconds. Call it 2 minutes. Versus when killed, this pop has a 5-minute respawn. So if the pH is up, try to leave it alone if at all possible. If it aggroes, whatever. But in an ideal world, you would let the pH just sit there. Zacatl, by the way, has a pretty big aggro range. So if you're hanging out over here in the bedroom, beating up all these dark elf baddies here, again, you know, they all look like I could definitely fix them. You know, Zacatl may very well aggro from over here, especially if you're playing on a higher difficulty setting to get plussed up loot. And it's also worth noting this area, this room right here, is a really, really good XP grind in the like mid to upper 20s up through like the mid 30s. So you could plunk yourself down here, start farming for Zacatl, and in the time it takes you to get 5 or 6 or 7 or however many sword hilts that you need, you know, you could come in here at level 25 and you could leave at level 35, and it would not take you that long. But this item right here, the glowing sword hilt, which does identify as Soulfire hilt, this is what you're here for. Zacatl drops it every time. It's the only thing he drops. We'll give it one more spawn, just for science. And then we'll skedaddle. The first time I was here, it took me hours to get one Zacatl to spawn. And then I came back in last night and I got like 4 of them in 90 minutes or something. So, can we get lucky on one more spawn here? Mistmore is a tricksy one, you know, he's got all these baddies crammed into his mansion, and he's not even here. You know, he's off hanging out with like werewolves and spiders down in Dreadspire. You know, maybe is Mayong secretly a furry? Oh, and it's another PH. Okay. Well, we'll just pretend Zacatl spawned. Whap. Killed him. And, by the way, Zacatl is not hard. He's level 40, but you should be able to do him... You should be able to kill him no problem in, like, the low 30s. He's a chump. Like most Shadow Knights. Haha, shots fired. But anyway, so we have now gotten our glowing sword hilt, our testimony, and HK 102. Well, let's actually let's head to High Keep. So let's go figure out, let's go see where this leads. So, let's see here. Lava Storm, Font Stonebrunt, West Commons. I think West Commons is probably our closest teleport. Yeah, I think West Commons is as close as we can get. Befall until 28, Dervs for some rings. Druiz all, Purity Belt, Evander's Hoops, Fishbone, J Boots. It sounds like a pretty good plan. You know, give or take for, remember, we're gonna see some revamps on Butcher, not Butcher Block, on Blackburrow and Unrest in the foreseeable future, which might change up the itemization roadmap. But otherwise, yeah, sounds like a plan. Yep, going off of known info. So our next stop is High Keep, which, by the way, High Keep is, by killing the goblins and turning in their ears, is probably the best way to fix your Freeport militia faction, if you want to, without hurting any of your good guy factions. Because most of the other ways to raise Freeport militia faction involve killing paladins. But turning in goblin ears in High Keep is just all positives. And of course, there are scary enemies in Kithakor Forest, you know. But you know, we punch gods in the face for funsies, so I think we'll be okay in here. But you'll see there are monsters in here high enough to give XP at 50, like the zombie commanders and zombie troopers. The zone at night, no joke. No kidding. I have had some traumatic experiences running through this zone at night. Also worth noting, by the way, this is a very dark zone at night, but night vision is much more forgiving, even for blind humans here on EQ Legends. I was able to run across the forest with no problems as a blind human with no night vision buffs whatsoever. It was not a problem. Hello, an orc fanatic. Oh, an orc scout. All right, you have chosen badly. I have to cannibalize so many frog locks and guck since rolling frog pal. Yep. Though, hey, if any Legends devs are listening, please, for the love of God, my kingdom for questable Ghoulbane. That's all I ask. Please, please, please give us questable Ghoulbane. And hey, you know what? They were, Secrets was hanging out in the Sewer Lord stream, so you never know. Stranger things have happened. Brass does actually follow me. So, you know, chance of lurking is more than 0. Not in Classic, no, it was added after the fact. Yeah, it's called the Sword of Nobility quest. And yeah, you get an Amstaff's scroll from High Keep Goblins, which is a pretty common drop. A Blade of Nobility from a Crazed Goblin in Butcherblock Mountains. A Ghoul's Heart from Unrest Ghouls. And Hilt of the Nobleman from Najina Skeletons. So, And then you do the find Ruathe in Lava Storm near Nectalos. He gives you a bag called the Nobleman's Bag. You put the items in, you combine it, you turn it in, and boom, there's your Ghoulbane. So it is entirely doable in Old World. It is every component of the quest is in Old World, but the quest is not currently enabled. Blessed be the sewer provides. Don't worry, we'll be going to the sewers here sooner rather than later, actually. So we go down into here. Now, in ye olden days, he used to actually interface with the bank clerk herself, but for because some goofy stuff was going on with the bank clerk, they changed it to the assistant over here. So we're going to give HK 102 to Assistant Kiolna. Yep. And we get a sealed note. Zimmel's letter from Hale. Alright. Ariska, for your great service to the Temple of Life, I shall honor your request and hold Soulfire until I see this note presented to me by either you or a noble courier of the Hall of Truth. Signed, Brother Hale. Okay. Well, Brother Hale is going to tell us a few things if we go and talk to him. So we're going to go, well, you know what? We only have one step in Soulfire left to gather the components. And that is back in Freeport again. So the last thing that we need to do is go solve the long-standing problem in Freeport by getting rid of Lucan Delir. Dark Elf Cleric Neck with Snare. I did not. Guard Ethel. Why you gotta be that way, bud? You didn't have to die. You brought this on yourself. So let's check if he's up. And you can use the radar to look through the wall here and see we got Brother Gentry and Dark Blue Lucan Delir. Now, Lucan is always level 48. So he'll always be Dark Blue at 40. Or excuse me, Dark Blue at 50. He's just a warrior, by the way, so he's kind of a chump. Just do it for the bucket list. Okay, I'll have to look that up then. We'll just go ahead and start auto-selling those. Guard Ficus, hello. Now, Lucan is, by himself, kind of a chump. But he is not alone. You could probably fight Lucan at about... solo at about 40-ish? As long as you can get him solo. If you have some kind of feigned death or something to get him alone, then you could probably do him at, 40 or so. I had... when I was camping Zakatl, I ran into another person working on the quest who was like low 30s, but she was a monk, so she handled the pulling. I pulled Lucan out of the building, feigned death, got him alone, and then the two of us just demolished him. It was trivially easy. Because the one trick up in here in Lucan's room is he's got his pet cleric, Brother Gentry, over here with him. and guard Drazden right here. Drazden in particular repops in like 3 minutes if killed. So unless you are way overpowered, you are not going to be able to, kill Lucan in time before the ads respawn. In fact, and Brother Gentry is level 40 cleric. So, he will absolutely start spamming heals if not dealt with. And other point here, doing this next turn-in will require Wormley faction with Knights of Truth. Good news is, Lucan gives huge faction shifts. Pretty much makes you instantly KOS to the Freeport Militia. Also gives a huge several 100-point bump to Knights of Truth and Priests of Mar. So, the other person, the monk in my group, had pretty mediocre Knights of Truth faction. And, but we just saw, we went through the difficulties and killed Lucan like 4 times in a row, and instantly she had enough faction to do the turn-in. So yeah, live Lucan dies, his level 40 skeleton spawns in its place. You kill the skeleton, which is far weaker than live form, by the way, and you get Lucan's Testimony of Truth. Not to be confused with our own testimony. Your personal testimony is just called Testimony. Lucan's is called Testimony of Truth. That's how you know which is which. But with Freeport's biggest problem solved, we can go back to North Freeport one more time. Also interesting, by the way, going back to Soulfire being just, surrounded by lore. Lucan getting a hold of Soulfire himself, is one of the backstory plot points to EQ2, where, if I recall correctly, Lucan basically, pried it from the cold, dead hand of the Avatar of War. I don't know how the Avatar of War got a hold of it in the first place, but I don't know how Lucan beat the Avatar of War. I don't know how a level 48, old world warrior guildmaster stood up to the ridiculous damage output of Avatar of War, but apparently he did it. So it is. That's how the EQ2 timeline happened. In the end, what is Lucan's lore? Okay, yeah, so Lucan's lore, actually, one of the Knights of Truth are normally kind of a blue-blooded, kind of aristocratic organization. Lucan was a common-born, like street urchin, but he seemed like a good dude. So they decided to bend the rules for him and let him become a Knight of Truth. And then when the Knights went across the Ocean of Tears on a crusade to go fight undead on Fadewar, they left Lucan in charge, and the power went to his head immediately, and he became an asshole tyrant. Hired a bunch of, thugs and mercenaries and whatnot to rule the city with an iron fist, and basically just assumed total control. And the city has basically been in a Cold War state ever since, with the Paladins retaining control of North Freeport, while the militia controls East and West. But here we have Valeron Dushire, the current commander of the Knights of Truth. We'll hand him Lucan's Testimony of Truth. And Valeron Dushire says, "Praise be to Mar, you have done the impossible. Sir Lucan is finally sent to the highest courts of the tribunal. The city now has a chance to prosper. The Hall of Truth has been redeemed and gives you thanks. Take this. It is the Sword of Faith. May you wield it with righteousness. Beware of the remainder of the militia. They will be hunting for your head. This turn-in also has some pretty big faction points on it as well. And we have received the Brilliant Sword of Faith. So, with our testimony, glowing sword hilt, sealed note, and Brilliant Sword of Faith, we are almost ready to go claim our Soulfire. One thing left to do is faction work with Priests of Life. It must have been so sad ruining their Freeport faction. Yeah. Getting that before figuring out Soulfire. Yeah, fortunately, at least Freeport factions are easy to fix. You know, you go kill like Crushbone Orcs and turn in their belts and stuff. You can fix your factions pretty easily. So we need to go fix our Priests of Life faction. So, speaking of the sewers providing, it is time for the sewers to provide. So, let's see here. How close can we get? I think, do we have like a West Corona gate? Tox, West Common, Stonebrand. North Corona. Alright, North Corona. Close enough. All hail the Sewer Lord. Oh, Surefall. Actually, Surefall might have been the better choice. It's fine. But, we can enjoy a nice stroll across the Karanas. Yeah, your SSF Pally at 25. That was hard. Deepwater Harpoon at 20. I think we're going to try... Alright, when open beta starts, we're going to try to see if the shenanigans work. To see if we can actually do Deepwater Harpoon at level 1. I see a troll over here. Zal the Vile. Alright, well, we see troll, we kill troll. He has the exact same model as, and everything as, Zacatl. Bag of troll guts. We will just sell that for free. Gross. Yep, at 1, it is if the shenanigans work. Which I'm not sure if they do. We're going to try shenanigans. Specs weren't up. Yep. Yeah. Necros and Druids and stuff love to grind XP on that Spectre Island there because they repop so fast. Yep. And see, if there's no enemies for her to aggro, then yeah, she'll just run around for a little bit. And eventually, as long as she's active in her like berserker mode, then for whatever the duration is, her script will play out and you'll get the item. South Corona, the zone with the Cyclops family. Yup. And also everybody's favorite flying horse, Quillmane. Yep, kept her hailed. Yep. That is, yeah, the item should just spawn at her feet wherever she is. But yeah, hailing her is specifically the shenanigans I was referring to. And the Potion of Mar turn-ins are also a nice, completely free, zero-effort way to build faction with good guys in Freeport. Costs you nothing other than just running around doing turn-ins. But especially now that the potions are not lore, You could just like fill backpacks with potions and just spam turn them into a particular NPC. And also, Sentry Zyron's like Berserker Fury she goes into um, was actually part of the inspiration for kind of the build from a roleplay perspective. The Sentries of Passion, are actually very intense when they go into battle. They actually have kind of a berserker vibe to them. They are very impassioned. Mass Muffin Turn-ins is a bunch of factions simultaneously. It basically fixes all of the important elf factions. I'm gonna be Pal Claire Wiz for your roleplay. Okay, cool. Going full like Duskblade action. That Plains Lion was on his way to Wendy's. Gonna get a Dave's double and some Baconator fries. And yeah, oh yeah, we could easily get Deepwater Harpoon up to a pretty high thing. The only trick with the Deepwater Harpoon, the weapon itself is size giant, so it will not fit into basic backpacks, which are only large. And Skills are me. Thanks for that follow. Good evening. My class combo makes you so happy. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, Winge's Wheel. Well, for like stacking them up and whatnot, if you wanted to like feed them a bunch of motes and like mote them up to +5 and whatnot. Can it be tried on this server? I mean, I could do it at level 10. And it would be the same thing. Like the point is, if you can't kill the specters, then just hailing her at all is a thing. So yeah, we actually could try it. Pal Claire Ench. I saw somebody mention in either the public Discord or maybe it was the beta Discord that he was playing that, and it was so easy that it was boring. Which I totally believe. Having all the, setting a good nuke as your Spellblade, having access to slow and haste and all that fun stuff. It would be very similar to Pal Claire Shaman. So, whereas Knights of Truth faction just kind of fixes itself, because you kill Lucan a couple of times, and there you go. Done. Priests of Life. Oh, hey, Fippy's up. Or, he is, Hey, Fippy. Fippy, don't do it, bud. You have so much to live for. Actually, he doesn't. Yeah, we'll see what the patch looks like tomorrow. I'm hoping Solo Sky is in, because I would love to give that a try. And so, also, I want to check one other thing while we're here. Renival Talius. Hello, Renival. Okay, so This is the alternate NPC, by the way, for the Book of Scale turn-in, so that you don't have to go to Nariok. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, but when we get to that step, but this is one way to do that step when we get to that point. So we'll talk a little, we'll deal with that when we get to the Fiery Avenger phase. You know, more invocations and caster stance. Yep, I heard that as well. Now, let's see. Is Lash and Novashine out and about in the yard? Okay, so the old way of doing faction, and it still works if you hate yourself, we can give 2 gold to Lash and Novashine right here. And he will give us -1 Blood Sabers, +5 with Priests of Life, Knights of Thunder, Guards of Kinos, and Antonius Bale. And if you just hate yourself and you love Carpal Tunnel, you could just do this. And that works just fine. By the way, it has to be exactly 2. If you hand him 10, for example, nothing happens. It has to be exactly 2. But you can just do that. You can do that all day. Fortunately, you know, faction boosts on Legends are a minimum of 5 points. In ye olden days, this was only 1 point per turn-in, and it would take truly all day. But we don't have to do that anymore. We have better options, because as we have learned recently, the sewers provide. So, right in here, in this fake wall, is the Kinos Aqueduct system. We will just jump in here and go for a swim. And let's make sure nobody is busy in here. Okay, they're not. Good. So, we are in the Kinos Aqueduct system. And we need to get to this guy down here, Beggar Wylan. So, we're going to just go down this way. Turn here. Go across. Come on. Some fish up here. And oh, we're in, okay. Go over here. We see, yeah, this Kinos Aqueduct system, this fake wall. Walk through that. Go through this little tunnel here. And then down here, there he is. So there are 2 sewer rats. Beggar Wylan right here. Let's, he is level 5. You could absolutely do this like at level 1 or 2 to actually get some level appropriate XP. We can attack him. He gives no faction hits whatsoever. But he gives us a human head, which is, on this server, not lore. So, he's on a 72, or excuse me, yeah, 72 second spawn timer. Can I ask him what good monk weapons are? There are actually, like, rusty, bronze, and fine steel equivalent weapons here. For those monks who don't want to just use their bare hands. Plus, there's white Trent fists and stuff like that. You know, I dropped a couple of Trent fists in Sky the other night. So, Yep, and the sewer is absolutely providing. Now, it's worth mentioning, by the way, Beggar Wyland does not have a 100% spawn rate. Sometimes a rat placeholder spawns in his place, but he has like an 80 or 90% spawn rate. So, easy peasy. Oh, and our inventory is now full. Oh. Wait, actually, no, I don't want to... Was that the, Oh, that's actually... No, we can... Yeah, we can get rid of that. Alright, the sewer's having provided. Now, what you would actually do when doing this for real, bring a couple of backpacks and just kill this guy for an hour. Fill up 4 backpacks or so. You know, maybe 5 or 6 backpacks if you're starting off as a lizard or something. And... Hello, smugglers. This is where the fans of Smuggalana hang out, I guess. Actually, the easiest way to get out of here is just change instances. Because that'll just warp us back to the entrance. And yeah, this will take us out into North Kinos at Crow's Bar. Alright. So now we need to go to South Kinos, which conveniently is right over here. And we are going to be heading down to the Knights of Truth. Or no, not Knights of Truth. Knights of Thunder. What a lovely city Kinos is, for the most part. Let's see, the guy we're looking for is Walton Graff. I believe it's this guy. Hand him a head. And he will give you various bits of newbie armor, like tattered wristbands or patchwork, whatever. And you'll see that this gives 50 points of Knights of Thunder, minus 50 Blood Sabers. That's okay, they're evil. 37 Priests of Life, and 37 Guards of Kinos. So you hand him a couple of backpacks worth of heads. And we got a patchwork tunic there. Yep. So nice, easy newbie armor farm, by the way, for someone single-digit levels to actually just get their equipment filled with something. But yeah, you fill in, you turn in, say, 4 backpacks, and you're probably good. You know, 6 or 7 backpacks if you're a lizard. But there we go. You do all those head turn-ins, and you should have your Priests of Life faction at ally within an hour. Folks, how to find the NPC open. Yeah. Yeah, the golden stream to follow. And with our faction fixed, we are ready to go actually meet Brother Hale and get our Soulfire. So, we will teleport back to North Corona again. Yeah, you can absolutely use the find command to find your way to Wolton over here. The Knights of Thunder building is just not that big, though. So now we need to go hand everything to Brother Hale as the final step. Now, Brother Hale is a priest of life, but he is not actually in the Temple of Life. He is in the dungeon in Splitpaw. Yep, we will absolutely... We're going to cover the whole Fiery Avenger. We can talk about Fiery Defender, but we can only kind of scratch the surface on that right now. Maybe we'll... we can talk about it, even if we can't actually do it. You can pre-do most of it, and honestly, Fiery Avenger is half the quest already. The bones, what you're thinking of is the Divine Might quest, actually. That's a whole different thing. It's a really good quest. It's normally a Kunark quest, but it is available on Legends. And I'll just say, it is exactly the same as it is on 99 or Live, with the exception that instead of needing a special Fire Emerald, you just buy a regular Fire Emerald off of a jewelry merchant and use that. Otherwise, everything's the same. And as a level 45 character on Legends, getting into, swimming through Kedge to get that bone, trivially easy. Kedge is much less scary than it is on Live. And I'll mention, by the way, you only technically need, like, really, really high Wormly faction with Priests of Life to do this last step. Don't risk it, just go to Ally. It's... turn in one or two more Beggar Wylan heads. Don't risk it. Just get to Ally faction. So, here we are in Splitpaw. And we need to get to the dungeon, which is right here. Now, will the grayed out gnolls leave me alone? I think most of them will. If you were a little bit more level appropriate, like, in the 40s, these guys would actually be aggroing, and you'd need to... Well, these guys have chosen badly. Alright, even when they're totally grayed out, these guys still want to fight. That's okay. We will be merciful and just click an invis potion. Can you? I don't think it'll let you. No. That's what I thought. Right, across the bridge here. Take a left. There's actually a green knoll down there. Must be a named. And up the stairs. And into the prison here. And there's the lever. Keep in mind, by the way, going in the prison, you will get locked in. Now, this part, you can operate the door still from the inside. But, hey, there's Brother Hale. This door you cannot open from inside. Let's see, where's the lever? It's not the pull chain. There it is. It's that one. So that one, which is behind you when you're looking, it's right there on the left. You go in here. And yeah, that door will absolutely close behind us, and we will get locked in. Fortunately, every character is able to cast Gate as a ritual, because all the full casters get that at level 8 or 9, and everybody also gets Origin at level 1. So you will not get trapped in here the way a Paladin would on Live. Able to stun a dog outside and let it run through the door. That does also work, yeah. You can also, have a dog open the door for you. But we have Gate and Origin, so no need to screw around with that. So, hello, Brother Hale. Now, the order of operations here is important. First thing we need to do is give him the sealed note from Zimmel to Brother Hale. That, by itself, is the first step. Brother Hale says, "Finally, I see that Ariska has found a noble knight to retrieve Soulfire. Per Ariska's orders, I am not to give Soulfire to you until you can show me proof of nobility. You must honor both the Temple of Life as well as the Hall of Truth, and to a high degree." He's telling you to have high faction. "Only then shall you hold Soulfire," and get some little faction points there. What is proof of nobility? I require the returned note I gave you, which is now just note and is clearly opened. A testimony of truth, which we have. A sword of faith, and finally, the hilt of Soulfire. The testimony and sword of faith are earned in the Hall of Truth, but the hilt of Soulfire you'll have to battle Zakotl. Zakotl is the evil troll who attempted to steal Soulfire from the vaults of the Temple of Life. The hilt of Soulfire broke off during the battle, and now rests in the hands of this troll Shadow Knight. From what I have heard, he is frequently seen among the Indigo Brotherhood in Castle Mistmore. The Brotherhood is not a group to be trifled with lightly, but should you attempt it, you might search for him among the Dark Elves. May Rodset Knife walk with you. Hey, Brass. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Brass, since you're now here, please, for the love of Mar, both of them, especially Erelisi, can we please get Questable Soulfire, or Questable Ghoulbane, so we don't have to murder, our friend and comrade in arms, the poor Shin Lord, over and over and over again? So, all right, we now have our returned note. We have our glowing sword hilt from that stinky troll Zakotl. We have our testimony. It is just testimony, because remember, the testimony of truth is Lucan's. And our brilliant sword of faith. And we will also con him real quick. He cons ally, so we're good. Hit give, and there we go. A freshly minted Soulfire. Littling in to watch this for a bit. Excellent. Hard for a lawful good fellow to commit murder. Well, yeah, because, normally we, smite the heathens and the evildoers, and that's good. Yeah. Uh, that's entirely justified. But yeah, murdering poor Shinlord just hurts. So, now that we have Soulfire, we can step it up to Fiery Avenger. So, Fiery Avenger's got a couple of steps that we will need to accomplish. Soulfire is one of them. The second step is we need to get, in addition to this sword, well, speaking of Ghoulbane, we need to go get ourselves a Ghoulbane. We need the so-called Sword of Nobility. So, let's go ahead and ritual cast ourselves over to... Let's see here. How close can we get? We can go to Fairrot. That'll work. So we need to go to Upper Guck. Can I have your sword? No? Duel. Yep, that's pretty much how it works. Also, kind of like Zacatl and the hilt, I pre-farmed a Ghoulbane last night. It took a long time. They were so well designed and underutilized. Yep. Full cult enclave down there. Oh, that would be excellent. Like, I would love to see the Bale List quest series actually get finished. Like, give me a reason to go have a duel with Kane Bale. You know, we get to kill Lucan. Why don't we have a reason to go fight Kane? Also, Pietro Zarn is one of the Shadow Knight Guildmasters in the Dismal Rage building in East Freeport. And he is also part of the backstory and the deep lore of Soulfire. Boy howdy, would I love to have a quest to go kill him. Because currently, being just an NPC guildmaster, I can't even attack him. In fact, there are very, very few NPCs in the Dismal Rage hideout that can be attacked. You know, Payneal, I can run Ripshod through Payneal. And spoiler alert, we will. But, in the words of Bane, that comes later. Nickel Wise, yeah. Because, yeah, Pennywise can't really afford to lure children into the sewers anymore. His, he can't even, he can barely afford his rent these days. You know, inflation has even hit the demonic clown population. Alright, so here we are in good old Upper Guck. Now, while you can invis through the zone, my preferred strategy here is go grind Lower Guck for a while first, because it's a great place to grind. And in so doing, you will build up your live frog faction quite a bit. And then you can afford to kill a bunch of placeholders and named here in Guck and not become KOS. So, also, the way we get to Shinlord, we go through the entrance, we turn left at the roundabout, we go through this hallway, up here, past the Eldon instance, around the corner, around there, up here, duck under the low bridge there, fall down the stairs. Thankfully, there is almost no fall damage on Legends. Turn left at the fork. Straight through the room there. On the south branch, around here. So cool, I haven't seen Oh, yeah, for sure. And down here. And keep going south. Keep going south. Over the little gangplank there. I should have checked if there was anybody in the zone. And in here. And this mob right here is the one. Someone must have been doing this because there are normally a few other frogs standing. Oh, yeah. Absolutely somebody is doing this right now. Is there anybody? Let me actually see who all's in the zone. 2 people in +1. You know what? I will save them some time. I will kill this PH for them. The tall shaman is actually the higher level mob. Now, that PH is on about a 16-minute respawn time. So the faster thing to do... Now, if you want, you could just sit here and camp it. And if you're trying to get XP, if you're doing this at kind of a level-appropriate era, because the Shin Lord himself is level 30. So you could be down here in like the low to mid-20s actually getting XP, if you don't mind all the live frogs hating you. But since difficulty changes or pick changes have a 5-minute cooldown, you can kill basically 2 PHs in the lifespan of 1 PH if you hop between 2 difficulty settings. So we'll just jump to +4. Make sure, yeah, the zone's empty, nobody's here. Because I don't want to step on anybody's toes if somebody's actually working on this for real right now. Because this camp is very annoying. The spawn rate of the Shin Lord was buffed pretty heavily 2 or 3 or 4 patches ago. But his drop rate is still... Oh, hey, the Gaz Squire. We'll kill him while we're here. Because he is on the way. Because he drops the Runed Bone Fork, which I can't use. But with 10 save magic, fire, and cold, plus bonuses, in this case up to 14, makes this best in slot, basically, for just a ranged slot stat stick. I can't use it, though, so I'm just going to sell it. But it's on the way while you're doing Shin Lord. So if anybody has, like, Warrior or Rogue in their kit, it's right here. No reason not to. So once again, turn left at the bottom of the stairs. Through this room. Off to the left. Turn south. Yeah, still a total dad camp. It absolutely is. It took me 9 Shin Lords last night to get 1 drop. I think that was just a really bad string of luck. I think, and if anybody has seen actual under the hood numbers, please feel free to fact check me. I think the drop rate is supposed to be closer to 1 in 4 or 1 in 5. I think I was just getting unlucky. I think it's like 1 in 4, 1 in 5. I think. But again, you know, please fact check me. And, oh, here he is. Well, hello, Shin Lord. Live and in the flesh. All right. Well, thank you for your service, Shin Lord. You're... I want you to know, Shin Lord, this hurts me more than it hurts you. And in this case, yeah, he dropped a rusty short sword and a silver-plated bracer, which, to be fair, is a pretty respectable wrist slot if you're doing this when it's level appropriate. Yep, RNG is RNG. Yep. RNGesus, take the wheel. Or Lucifer, if you prefer. But, as I said, I do happen to have a Ghoulbane on hand. So we're going to pretend that the Shin Lord right there gave us a Ghoulbane instead of another bracer. Also, Because this Ghoulbane is +4, we can pull the proc out of it. It procs Dismiss Undead at level 20 for 162 damage to Undead. We can pull that out. We can go over to our key rings, go over to the augmentations, and drop it in right next to our other Ghoulbane Exaltation, which coincidentally is right below our Fiery Avenger Exaltation. Because my Fiery Avenger has an Earthshaker proc just like everybody else's. Though I'll tell you, if I were allowed to put this Dawnfire Exaltation in there with Banish Undead, that does 468 damage to Undead, boy howdy would I absolutely do that. I think it was Rogan hinted that at some point down the road there will be a way to do stuff like this, like put a cleric-only augmentation into a paladin-only weapon and have it work. Right now you can't do that, but Rogan did kind of hint at something like that down the road. So I hope that becomes a thing. I would love to be able to do that. That would be very stylish. But anyway, so we have our Soulfire, we have our Ghoulbane. So the next thing we need to do is we need to finish Inte Akera's old unfinished business. And there's a couple of steps to this. The first of which, we need to go kill Vox and Nagafan. So, we're going to do Vox first. And to do that, let's see here. I think we're going to port to Surefall Glade. Yeah. We're going to port to Surefall Glade. We need to go... Time to slay the dragon. Does anybody remember that commercial back in the day? Time to slay the dragon. Did I sacrifice a ranger? I do not have any rangers on hand to sacrifice. Oh, also, by the way, I'll just... the Time to Slay the Dragon commercial, I think, was EQ Online Adventures, wasn't it? If memory serves. Because I do like to flex this a little bit. My weird piece of EQ memorabilia that I doubt anybody else in the world has, which is this Lords of EverQuest demo CD with the exclusive Eldar Alliance demo on it. I believe this came in an Inquest magazine back in the day, and I just held on to it. Oh, you've got one, too. Okay, well, all right, so 2 of them exist in the world, at least. Nice. Interestingly, while we're running to Vox, I will share a little anecdote here. I've shared this before, but I'll, it bears repeating. I actually got into EverQuest in the first place because I was an avid reader of Inquest magazine back in the day, which was a magazine for mostly Magic the Gathering, but also tabletop gaming and card games in general. Yeah, good old Inquest. Yeah, Zyko Mike, welcome, welcome. I loved Inquest back in the day. And they did an article about EverQuest. This would have been circa 2000. And they showed somebody holding a Soulfire. And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And I still think it's the coolest thing in the world. Flaming swords are awesome. So about a year later, I was finally able to borrow Mom's credit card, to pay for a subscription. As in 2001, I would have been 16 years old. So yeah, my EQ... My original EQ Live character was born May 19th, 2001. So we just head over to Everfrost, making sure to not fall down any of the various pits or other hazards here in Blackburrow. Also, another fun anecdote. I don't think I've shared this one before. So, On the official EQ forums, many years after Brad McQuaid had left the company and the project, he popped up on the forums. Apparently, he was doing a little bit of consulting or something, and he popped up on the forums. And this was, like I said, this was in kind of the middle of the game's lifespan, long after he was out of the picture. And I asked him on the forums, since he was probably the only person who remembers, what was the original unimplemented / totally non-functional incarnation of the Fiery Avenger quest? Because if you know your real Paladin deep lore, you know that hypothetically Fiery Avenger existed before the Plains did. But the quest was either unimplemented or totally broken beyond, even attempting. And nobody had ever talked about what that original draft of the quest looked like. So I asked Brad, and he answered. He didn't remember the precise details of it, but the crux of the quest was a riddle given to you by the Sphinxes in Wrath Mountains, which kind of tracks because they are hiding right around the corner from the big Paladin camp there. So totally makes sense. And that's about as close as we're ever going to get to Word of God as to what the original quest was supposed to look like. Something involving Sphinx riddles. Like the Broken Turtle Helm quest. Yep. the Toyota commercials with Warcraft. I am the lawgiver. The only the two Warcraft commercials I actually remember are the ones with Mr. T, who claimed to be a night elf mohawk, and Ozzy Osbourne. Was there a Chuck Norris commercial? I don't remember that one. Yeah, Vern Troyer. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Though, admittedly, I was such a dedicated EQ player. I would never give World of Warcraft the time of day. It's not like I was paying that much attention to WoW commercials. I can still absolutely flex the fact that I have never polluted my computer with the filth that is World of Warcraft. I stuck to my guns. I took a little break to give EQ2 a fair shake when that came out. But I never betrayed Norath for Sanctuary. Or, excuse me, it's not excuse me, Sanctuary. Actually, Sanctuary is where Diablo takes place. Yeah, I corrected myself. You don't have to actually me. I meant to say Azeroth. Alrighty. Fortunately, all of my raid instances are active right now. I was saving my dragon timers specifically for this purpose. Hello, Voidling. You stupid ice goblin. You guys have chosen badly. All you guys had to do was nothing. Alrighty. We'll leave it on solo. But we will go to +4, because why not? Just to be one game Andy. I'm happy being a wanderer. Yeah, these ice goblins are too dumb to realize that I am literally holding a big fire stick in my hand. Hard for any company to keep up with player consumption. Yeah, therein lies one of the eternal questions when developing any kind of, especially live service game. Which is, how do you balance your content around the fact that a certain number of players will just poop sock their way through everything and absolutely demolish your game as fast as physically possible. And resist buffs. Because your most hardcore fans are the ones who are going to run out of content first. You know, you don't want to fail your biggest fans. But how do you balance their needs against, like, say, the dad gamers who are definitely not poop socking, are not staying up till 4 in the morning. They work all day. Every other day their kids have a soccer game or a baseball game or something, so they're not playing 7 days a week. They maybe get 2-3 hours a day tops, 2-3 times a week, but you want to keep their needs satisfied when they have a very, very different set of wants and needs compared to the ultra hardcore players. And part of this is your ultra hardcore players show off the aspirational content and create the sense of aspiration in the more casual players who are struggling to even sort of maybe catch up, or at least look forward to eventually doing that aspirational content somewhere down the road. Eventually. Haven't heard that word in a long time. Which one? What, aspirational content? Or poop sock. Okay, yeah. Alright, getting buffed up here. And, we can just use our standard. We will replace Guard of Vi with Yelp 3, just in case. And okay. This poor Frost Giant diplomat. No, he's a diplomat, not a fighter. Why does he have to hold the door like Hodor? It's not fair. Oh yeah, they changed the date. You gotta add some rush delivery service to your Depends order. I get it. And July 1st for open beta. July 28th for full release. Phrasing? Phrasing? Or are we just not doing phrasing anymore? Mm-hmm. Now, it was also mentioned, by the way, that basically the way raid instances are going to be working is going to be different than they are now. Which is basically the boss corpse won't have a lot on it, but the you'll get like a reward by some mechanism at the end after clearing the raid zone, and that's where all the loot really is, with quest items being guaranteed. So it is possible that the drop we need off of Vox will become 100% guaranteed after that system is implemented. We're not there yet. So for now, the item we need is just part of Vox's regular loot table. It's no, it might drop, it might not. We'll find out when we get there. When I was doing this initially, Vox was pretty generous with books. I got like 3 or 4 books from Vox, all kind of with minimal effort. Nagafen was very stingy, though. It took like 5 Nagafen kills to get 1 drop that I needed. So, your mileage may vary. Oh, both natural long weekends for Canadians. Based. Now, which holidays are those for Canada? Like, the only Canadian holiday I know is, like, Boxing Day. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's in December. Mm-hmm. July 1st is Canada Day. Okay. All right. I don't know if I've mentioned to you before, but I have actually been to Vimy Ridge. I did a full tour of the battlefield there. It was awesome. August 1st might be a provincial holiday. Nice. And for the non-Canadian history buffs in the audience, Vimy Ridge was a battle in World War I in Vimy, France. That was basically the Canadian version of Gallipoli. So it is considered the birthplace of Canadian national identity. Now, if we wanted to be really cheeky, by the way, in here, we do have puppet strings. One of the best use cases for puppet strings is splitting up Vox's lair, because her ads basically all kind of chain aggro together with her. The hardest part of soloing Vox is just splitting up her lair, especially if you don't have Feign Death. We decided for us to go to Canada for 3 days camping. Nice. You know, I am a big fan of Canadian rye whiskey and ice wine. And hydromel, which is basically mead. Though, being from Western Pennsylvania, I do have to always taunt my Canadian friends that, you know, in our lifetime, in our lifetime, the Penguins have won more Stanley Cups than all of Canada combined. And sure, most of those were because of Mario Lemieux. But, you know, who is as Quebecois as is physically possible. But the point stands. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the little cheeky way of attempting to split Vox. Or at least minimize the ad count. Which is what we're going to do. We're going to actually run through the lair, down through this tunnel, back out to the goblin room. We'll run up the goblin cliff, and through the doors, through these two doors to right about here. And then about half the ads should probably just kind of get lost in the pathing and give up. We'll probably have like Vox +1 or something, which is way more manageable than Vox +3. August 1st is Emancipation Day. Oh, nice. Celebrates the elimination of slavery across the British Empire. Ah, cool. As soon as my endurance hits 100%, we will run in. I should probably cast Ward of the Divine. Because, yeah, if we try to pull this Icy Terror in the back, it will almost certainly chain aggro this Icy Terror that's just inside the lair, which will in turn chain aggro the Ice Giant Priest, Vox herself, and the Priest of Nagafen, and we'll just have like 6 or 7 mobs on us. So, we don't want that. I am, however, going to I'm going to precast a Promised Renewal. I'm going to click the rock, and we're going to run in. And we're not going to look at anything. We're just going to keep running. Yep. We don't stop until we click through both doors. Priest of Nagafen followed. That's fine. Okay. I see, looks like Priest of Nagafen. They're kind of stuck on the door. I could do it with DA, but I don't need to. Alright, Priest of Nagafen. Also, yeah, and I see Ice Giant Priest is here. Okay. That's fine. You know what, just to be cheeky, hey, Ice Giant Priest. Oh, I'm stunned. Come on. Can I be unstunned, please? Ice Giant Priest, did it resist? There it goes. Ice Giant Priest, you are my pet now. Because what else am I going to use my puppet strings on? Not necessary by any stretch, but, you know, it's a little more fun that way. Would be safer for the noobs? Possibly, yeah. Totally, totally legitimate, yeah. If you're doing this for the first time and you're not geared up yet, then yeah, totally valid to do with Divine Aura. So you don't get blasted while you're doing the run. Strings, nothing but strings, yeah. Let's see, I guess Vox herself might have actually, gotten lost. Vox normally figures out how to get over here. Alright, the pet broke charm, but it's fine. Yeah, since Vox clearly clearly could not figure out the pathing. If we wanted to, we could, you know, turn one of the charm pets against Vox herself. Thing is, though, her breath will dispel the charm. So you only get to keep the pet for as long as it takes her to dispel all the mob's buffs, and then start dispelling charm. Oh, I'm sure we will. Yeah, I'm sure we will run into each other. Old World's just not that big a place. We'll probably be hanging out in the same zones. By the way, I've liked some of the compliments I've gotten from some people in raid groups I've been in, where they're like, "Holy cow, your build is just like crazy strong." Waiting for me at the Freeport Bank. Very no. Probably, yeah. Could just make an all paladin guild. I actually considered it. Okay, we're still on aggro. Vox. Where? All right, let's. Voxy. Oh. Voxy, where are you? Oh, there she is. I see her. She's got... No, wait, that's the Voidling. Never mind. That's the Voidling, because Vox is only yellow. Durr. I smart. Yeah, she's on aggro. There she is. Hi, Vox. This is good. This is a good place to fight you. She got stuck on the door? Really? Oh, we need to dispel her damage shield. There we go. We're gonna dispel your other buff while we're at it. She is a mage. She might drop some decent-sized nukes on us. And she's a beast. She's gonna try to slow us. We're gonna Frost Breath, bites, auto attack. Oh. Let's try that again. There we go. Cure. Interact disease. Next time she autos. Dang it. Bites. Bites. There we go. There we go. Memming spells mid-combat. Love it. So, she is a Beast Lord, much to my chagrin, which means we're going to be getting spammed with Shaw's Lethargy over and over again. And sadly, despite many hate clears, I do not have a Shield of the Immaculate yet. You're making me consider instead of SK? Oh, very good. Zamar also has a nice Warhammer vibe to it. Let's go ahead and use the Soulfire click a while. I need her to Please stop casting Shaw's Lethargy. Well, I've heard talk about lay hands being buffed to restore mana. If that ends up being a thing, that'll be crazy strong. As soon as I cure it, she recasts it, of course. And we're gonna LOH here in a second. Yeah, there it is. And she's getting low on mana, though. Just spamming me with stuns. Which is actually probably better than her, like, spamming heals and stuff. I wonder if it's actually better. Let her keep casting Force. Instead of spamming Shaw's Lethargy. Actually, let me fix these buffs. Boop. There we go. This buff order matters. Alright, she's almost out of mana. We can probably go ahead and remove that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now we can definitely remove that Shaw's Lethargy and actually start doing damage. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, the Sword of Nobility quest, interestingly, the components for it do drop off of the appropriate trash mobs, but the actual quest NPC is not in-game. So you can't actually do the quest. You can pre-farm it with the hope that someday it gets added, but you can't actually do it. You stupid lizard, you are out of mana. Stop slowing me. Okay, just do a little echo heal there just to top off a little bit. Oh, we're slowed again? Really? Right, she is well and truly at 0 mana. Like, every time she pops up to, like, 1 mana, she re-slows me. I mean, I can't blame her for casting a good spell. Yep, no Shield of the Immaculate yet. And man, Shaw's Lethargy just does not take her that much mana to cast. Four, three. I'm waiting on this PR to fire off before I go casting other spells. Actually, wait, 2. We gotta get Dispel Fodder up first. Okay, now we can recure. Yeah, Shield of the Immaculate would just render the slows irrelevant. It would, oh yeah, Quorm's slow is no joke. And honestly, like just roving band of paladins, just you know, smiting all the evildoers would be pretty good. Also, oh, I let my my haste get dispelled. Oh. Oh, and I'm slowed again. Of course I am. Yeah, we need an echo just to top off. I don't know why I'm bothering to cast haste, because I'm always slowed anyway. But, oh, wait, oops. Oh, she has 2 mana. She's absolutely going to try to reslow us as soon as we cure it. Just to be a contrarian, I will cast haste on myself. And we'll start smiting just to wrap this up, basically. There we go. Ah, what do we get? Ooh, Mode of Superior Potential. That is a +7. Cool. I have not gotten one of those before. We'll absolutely take that. I've gotten a bunch of 6s. Yeah, most of the +6s I've gotten were actually from the Baron and Befallen on +4. Have a Runed Bolster Belt. Okay, yeah, we'll merge those to make a Runed Bolster Belt +5. And hey, she dropped 2 books. Very nice. We will actually store those away for now because of lack of inventory space. The Warhammer of Divine Grace, we already have one of those, and so we can just sell that. And a White Dragon Hide, we have a million of those also, so we're just going to get rid of that. Thanks, Vox. Very cool of you. The emotes 5 and up actually just give their tier in points, not in powers of 2. So, with Vox dead, we need to go beat up her boy toy, Nagafen. Also, you can see we clicked our Fiery Avenger, and or our Soulfire Exaltation. Our other Soulfire did go on cooldown. So all copies of a given clickable Exaltation do go on cooldown simultaneously. Interesting little tidbit. The Soulfire Exaltation does not show the cooldown on the Fiery Avenger. The just pure Soulfire does show that. So, all right. So, next stop is Nagafen. So, let us teleport to Lava Storm. Ah, I see a. So I saw a. Oh yeah, there's a Spearhawk. I know him. Alrighty, here we are in Lava Storm. For some reason, Brewall's map of Lava Storm is really broken. But the default map of Lava Storm works just fine, so nothing to worry about. So, will Nagafen be as generous as his girlfriend? Hey, kitty. Is she? Want to jump up? Want to say hi to everybody? Or you want to just lay in Daddy's lap? That's fine too. Alright. So, Nagafen's lair. You know what? I'll hit a potion just in case, even though half the mobs between here and there see invis. If we, oh. Creepy sound effects. Alright, into the lava. And Nagafen's lair, yep. On +4, yes please. Yeah. If you recall, I did Nagafen at difficulty 0 as a freshly minted level 46 character with total garbage gear. Vox would be a little harder, partly because of the ads, but you know what? It might take a couple of tries of like pull Vox +1, kill the +1, die, respawn, do it again, you know, and kind of repeat that process until you've just killed all the ads off. Would spell. Yeah. Go ahead and recast buffs. Other thing Nag was really stingy with was Cloak of Flames. It took me like 7 or 8 kills to get a Cloak of Flames. Vox was very generous with RBBs. You know, maybe it's because she's a cleric, and so, you know, she can't help but care and be generous and be kind to everyone, even the people who are murdering her for her fat loot. As opposed to Nagafen, who's just a stinky warrior. All he cares about is my HP. Brills, we can skip. Actually, Armor of the Faithful did not get dispelled. We could have skipped that one also. Yeah, the Armor of the Faithful spells are a nice little bump on your AC and HP as a combination Paladin Cleric. Or really any tank X Cleric. But Paladin has no equivalent buff, so it's just pure gain with this combo. I'll also mention, before I had an Amulet of Necropotence as an instant click buff, I would actually mem 2 different Yelps and use them in tandem to counteract the Dispel from the dragons. Because the dragons do their breath about every 18 seconds, which is also the cooldown on all Yelps. So frequently the breath would go off before I had a chance to actually recast Yelp. So I would just prep 2 of them. And, you know, and I would just alternate Yelp 3, Yelp 2, Yelp 3, Yelp 2. Because one of them would always be off cooldown. Right now, the armor line is just HP and AC. Yeah, the mana regen component gets added way down the line. But it'll be nice when we get there. I'll never say no to more mana regen. But yeah, it's AC and HP that stacks with Symbol, stacks with Resolution, stacks with Brells, stacks with Shield of Words. I mean, stacks with everything. Or at least everything relevant to this setup. Oh, is our throwing boulder finally +10? Oh, our throwing boulder finally hit +10 back there in permafrost. Hot dog. Not that we ever use it. But feels good to be done with that. Oh, we aggroed those idiots through the door. Speaking of bosses being stingy, Master Yale just refuses to give me an Idol of the Underking. What an absolute jabroni. Good old Solstice Earrings. I remember when everybody, you know, and their dog wanted one of those. I also remember what a huge boon it was back in the day. to finally get my Talisman of Valkareth after many, many Vexthal runs. Oh yeah, the Tanare earring that nobody had because nobody wanted to do Plane of Growth. I mean, I remember my guild did Plane of Growth exactly once ever, and then decided that the juice was not worth the squeeze. Strongest class, what do you think strongest 3 are? Ooh. You know, that's a hard one, because you know, different tools for different jobs. You know, it's like for a solo setup, your best bet is going to be one of the 3 tanks plus either cleric or shaman plus probably some kind of damage dealer. Or you go tank, cleric, enchanter slash shaman, so you have the best heals and haste and slow to go, like, you know, just pure turtle mode and outlast everything. And pretty, I think any combination of that should be pretty viable for the vast majority of solo content. Now, although the vast majority doesn't necessarily mean 100%. It means most. Like right now, I have not been able to do Interrupt +3 on this build. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Just means I haven't accomplished it yet. I think if I switched Cleric out for Shaman, Interrupt would actually be easier, because slow just shuts him down so hard. And I would still have enough healing to deal with his heavily reduced damage output. Likewise, whereas solo play generally rewards a generalist all-arounder build, when you're talking about group play, you know, the more people there are in the group, the more it becomes optimal for everybody to be a hyper-specialized build with a, you know, a hardcore pure tank, a hardcore pure DPS, hardcore pure healers, etc. Yeah. Yeah, War Claire Bard is, you know, if you held a gun to my head and ask me what is the strongest trio, that would be my answer. It can basically turtle through bloody anything. I don't know. Has anybody soloed I have Vishen +4? That would be extraordinarily rough. And, like, that specific combo would be really bad at that fight. Because 99% of I have Vishen's damage is are procs. So you actually want Mage Hunter stance, not defensive. Defensive does nothing against I have Vishen because its melee damage already doesn't do anything. Ranger, Necro plus Shaman Edge. Okay. Points for originality there. I mean, Bard is really, really good. Bard does everything. It buffs every stat. It's really good. And, you know, because it does everything, it fits into every build, more or less. You know, you'll never be sad that you brought a bard to whatever you're doing. Wait, actually. Oh, did we get the ad? Nope, nope, we did not. Very good. Just, yeah, uh, some atoms. Oh, you know, I always love to crap all over the Drizzt cosplayers. Also, Drizzt cosplayer has to be a Beast Lord so you can have a pet panther. You know, very important. It's got to be like Ranger, Beast Lord, something. And yeah, some Adams, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Warrior does not have Mage Hunter. Mage Hunter is Paladin, Shadow Knight, Berserker. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And can people finally group up and raid with whatever class they want? Uh, Content right now, yeah, you can. You know, if you get like 8 randos together, you can absolutely do any content in the game. You do not have to min max. Um, you do not have to min max at all. You're going to want some kind of actual tank, but the odds that out of 8 people nobody has a tank is pretty small. Um, you're going to need some kind of healing, but again, in an 8-person raid, the odd that nobody has a healer is like unthinkable. Um, Now, old world content is one thing. How much might future content in 3, 4, 5, 10 expansions down the road require? We'll find out when we get there. So, at some level, the question becomes academic of, what combinations are better. If, like in an 8-person raid context, does everybody need to be min-maxed? No. But will you kill the thing faster and more easily if everybody is min-maxed? Absolutely. Polished mithril torque. This would have been great if I'd gotten it, like my first time here, but I didn't. So, away with ye, vile beggar. It's almost harvesting season. And the Journey's End. Good pun there. Yeah, and Drizzt is whatever Salvatore wants him to be. I mean, Bard has the advantage of all of its song buffs. So, its buffs go a long way. Um, and, that makes its damage fine. But Bard combined with an actual damage dealer, like Monk or Berserker or Warrior, is huge synergy. Bard is like the ultimate support class. It synergizes beautifully with absolutely everything. Um, You know, everybody wants haste and mana regen. Yeah, plus the dot songs for free damage while you're attacking and everything else. Yeah, it's just an absolute Swiss Army knife class. Plus, it gets lockpick and track. Not to mention cellos for quality of life running around. You know, it's like PlayStation 3. It only does everything. You know, the original, like, roleplay concept with my Paladin Cleric Zerker setup was I just wanted to really be the Paladinist Paladin. And just double down on what makes the class good by default. And being a Wizcaster, you know, it does help contribute to the mana pool of the Cleric. Meanwhile, the Cleric contributes spells that are actually worth casting. As we, you know, discussed in that, 2-hour ramble about Paladin spells and Cleric spells. Yep, so, yeah, Ekif, yeah, why play Paladin Cleric? So, between the 3 tank classes, honestly, they're pretty evenly balanced, I think, right now. You know, the knights give you mana, and they both have some unique spells, some of which are worth casting. Not all of them. But they do contribute to your mana pool either way, so that helps. Whereas, and Smite and Reeve are both really good skills. Though Warrior's Cleave, also really good. Warrior just, you know, has big numbers when it comes to HP and AC. So, and it's like 20% more than what the Knights have at, you know, at the upper echelons of currently available gear. Like, Warrior is no slouch. It's a question of, do you want more hit points or do you want more spellcasting? And there's no wrong answer there. They're both good for their own reasons. And yeah, and as I said in my like spell comparison video, most paladin spells have the problem of, especially the spells that are cleric hand-me-downs, mostly just come online way too late to be useful. By the time you get them, that many of them are simply numerically irrelevant. And yeah, I mean, so the 2 paladin stuns that are actually unique to the class are Cease and Desist. Those are both S+ tier spells. They're not long duration stuns. They're not like melee damage mitigation stuns. They're mostly spell interruption stuns, which is very valuable. They're also very cheap and fast to cast and big aggro. They are like the definitive aggro spells. And in future expansions in live, they do get upgrades. But yeah, they are the definitive aggro spells for the paladin. They didn't actually get added to the game until Lucklin originally, so having them here in Old World out of Era is amazing. And was like my #1 wishlist item before beta started, was to have Cease and Desist in here. Because otherwise you don't, on live you get Vanilla Stun, the level 4 cleric spell, at level 30. Here you get it at 28. So like you don't even feel like a paladin until 28 or 30 on live. Cease and Desist completely solves that problem. Those are the only 2 spells I need to hold aggro. even with like a a fully geared out Plane of Sky raid. Nah, cease and desist. They'd come online, by the way, at levels 7 and 13 respectively. All I need to hold aggro. Also, Smite gives massive aggro as well. Like, I almost just need to hit Smite to hold aggro. But Cease and Desist are way more mana efficient, because being level 7 and 13 spells, they cost nothing to cast. But otherwise, yeah, I think like the big difference between the three tank classes is mostly aesthetics. You know, if you want to be an edgelord Shadow Knight, great, be an edgelord. If you want to be a goody two shoes, be a paladin. If you just want to be a big man with a big sword, be a warrior. You know, that's one of the beauties of this server is the ability to not have to hyper min-max and be able to just indulge in some class fantasy and, play to your aesthetics rather than playing the perfect build. And yeah, having two Wizcasters absolutely gives you more mana. Switch to Shaman or Druid, or having Paladin Cleric. Yeah, I mean, go over to my YouTube channel, watch the video about spells. Paladin spells are mostly bad. There's a couple of good ones, like Valor of Mar. But a lot of Cleric spells honestly feel like they should have just been Paladin spells in the first place. Like Blessing of the Lord Commander, which is a life gain on hit buff. Given the name, it sure sounds like a... because it starts off as Blessing of the Page, then Blessing of the Squire, Blessing of the Knight, Blessing of the Lord Commander. But it's a Cleric spell. Ward of the Divine, which requires you to get hit to activate. And is a self-only buff. If the normally if the Cleric is getting hit, something has gone wrong. Yeah, that being said, though, yeah, the like Shaman as an alternate in place of Cleric, totally valid, totally valid. It's a question of, do you want more buffs and debuffs, or do you want more just pure healing? And there's a perfectly valid argument for both. In my case, Cleric was more of, again, an aesthetic choice. Because, yes, I am kind of married to the Paladin class. It is right there in the channel name, after all. I've seen people running, like, SK, Necro, Berserker. Just like the evil counterpart to my build. And having really good success with it. I am not an expert or at all on SK or Necro, because I don't play either of them. But I would venture a guess that a lot of the same arguments I make about Paladin spells versus Cleric spells applies. Things like a lot of Paladin, like, hybrid versions of Cleric spells, having less mana efficiency, which is fine, lower efficacy in general, but also huge lockouts. Like, the Paladin group heal has a 30-second cooldown compared to the Cleric equivalent, which heals for 3.5 times as much and is about 3 times more mana efficient, but has a 1-second recast. Like, it's no comparison. Hey, Ruark, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. Using Necro Stronger life taps for Spellblade? Absolutely. Or just casting them in general. Because the problem is with these hybrid spells that have these long cooldowns, you can't Spellblade them even if you wanted to. You have to hardcast them. Oh, we just reposted that skeleton pet to death, by the way. We got a repost slay for like 1200 damage. How does Paladin go into SK Guild or Necro Guild to buy spells? Very carefully. By switching over to Rogue and sneaking. That's how they do it. Oh yeah, I play a lot of Path of Exile, so and a lot of like 3rd edition D&D. So I'm all about the character optimization shenanigans. Yeah, I wish I could actually plug this into any of my gear. This would be Extended Enhancement 3 would be amazing. Would love to have that, but I can't. But I can't. So, rip. Well, I get 32 platinum for it at least, so there's that. Ugh. We only have like 9 minutes on buffs, but that's fine for Nagafen. Yeah, the Ixar NPCs are also a little bit more forgiving of heretics and heathens. Yeah, having 2 Wizcasters also majorly increases the return on investment of Divine Stand or Divine Invocation, which is a great invocation, by the way. Nagafen today is a warrior wizard mage. Okay, he is going to blow up his mana bar very quickly, nuking my face off, and that's okay. Ice Comet. He's actually doing some damage. Oh, by the way, we need to, we need to start disarming him. Because that is a thing you can do. He's wielding Scourge. There we go, he's disarmed. No more Scourge procs for him. Actually, I don't think we need to patch heal. No, he's just trying to cast Root. He's wasting time, as so many caster NPCs do. Oops. Can't neglect our Dispel fodder, though. And casting Elnarix, which is actually a good spell, but... we might need a patch heal. Rend going out. Oh yeah, we need a patch heal. Let's just LOH. It's fine. Yeah, we didn't need that LOH, but you know, better safe than CR. 68. There we go. We'll just go ahead and click Soulfire a while. Yeah, so much easier when we don't have to keep curing slow off of ourselves. Oops, I do need to pay attention, keep my head in the game a little bit more, though, and deal with the spells. Alright, he's out of mana. He's a chump from here on out. Beta have different server now. Yeah, the open beta will be a new server. As the closed beta server gets put on pause and ultimately converted into the test server. Pal Monk Rogue. Okay. I mean, played around with Rogue a bit. It was good. Backstab slays are awesome. Monk also should not be slept on. Mend is awesome on this server. Way better than live. D. Rockefeller, welcome to the program. Thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. Open beta is July 1st. If you pre-order the actual game. It is $19.99, and then includes includes 1 month of subscription. After which, subscription will be $9.99 a month. All prices in USD. By the way, if Brass is still lurking, speaking for myself here, I would totally throw down for like a 4 or 5 pack if that was a thing I would be permitted to purchase. If I get like a friends and family pack with like 5 keys in it, so I can pass them out to all my friends. I mean, not that I have friends or anything, but you know, if I did, I could pass it out. Or, you know, if there was a super premium collector's edition, you know, I would absolutely throw down for that also. Can't speak for anybody else, but I would. And you get this because a lot of friends will show up. Yeah, actually, other than like one, well, back in the days when I used to have friends, none of my IRL friends played EverQuest. A bunch of them played Final Fantasy XI, and a bunch of them played RuneScape. But no EverQuest. Also worth noting, by the way, since we're at that point in the phase, Nagafen above difficulty 0 does not run away at low health. You gotta actually fight him all the way to the finish line. Oh, DAOC based. And, oh, I see a book in our loot. Oh, and a Cloak of Flames. Thank you, Cloak of Flames. You are my greatest ally. Do we make... How many +5s do we have? Oh, wait, not major. Major. We have 14. We could take... Like, we could make a +6. Honestly, though, I don't think we need a +6. Because we're going to be getting a Sky Belt sooner rather than later anyway. So, yeah, we'll just merge. Yeah, Blight +4. We can just sell that. Hierophant's Crook. Which, yeah, they get to proc their Earthquake at level 30. Stinky Druids. Sell. A Ruby. We'll add that to the stack. Cello's Drums. And, hey, a Torn Burnt Book. That's what we were here for. Thank you, based very generous lizard. We will stick that in storage. As with the other things, we had actually, oh, and a, it's just, that's just a major positive. I had both books pre-farmed anyway. That I'd been sitting on. But, all right, both dragons actually dropped books. So, huzzah, we don't have to pretend. And Envious Sad, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here as well. I think, my pally a halfling for the natural sneak and hide. Not a bad idea. You can't wait to make a rogue build. Very nice. Figure out what to do. Yeah, Slay Undead backstabs are a lot of dopamine. Just saying. Slay Undead, Deadly Throw. Also, worth mentioning, by the way, that Slay Undead is no longer a critical hit or based on critical hits. It is just its own standalone thing that, has a chance to happen on any given melee hit. You don't even need to be able to critically hit to get Slay Undead. And I'll show you on the, because I'll show you the Slay Undead on the AA list. Yep, no previous ability requirements. You can take it from level 1. Just has a 2.4% chance of happening. I'm a fan of Melee Ranger. Yep. Always, yeah, you're thinking more Aragorn than, Legolas. So, so progressing our Fiery Avenger, the next thing we need to do is actually do something with those books. So, do we not have a, I mean, we're just going to take the Nectalos Gate just to leave the zone and skip Lava Storm. Now, Aragorn was a melee ranger long before Drizzt was. And grind is going well. Thank you for asking. We're through actually most of the legwork on the Fiery Avenger. We've got a few steps left to do. Now, the next step is we need to go combine those 2 dragon-dropped books into the Book of Scale. There are 2 ways we can do this. One is that NPC that we pointed out earlier outside of outside of North Kinos, near the entrance to the Blessed Sewers. And her name is Renoval Talias. Yeah, she is available. She will do the work for you. But just for style points, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way by going to Neriok. Yeah, Renoval was added because the fact that the Paladin Epic requires you to go into downtown Neriok for some reason, it was just kind of goofy. But yeah, just for that 1999 charm, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Now we could invis through the zone and but we're not going to. There's evil afoot in here, and we shall not suffer the Xenos to live. We get Emerald Warriors faction for this, for what it's worth. So where we need to go is the Neriok Commons, so the second part of Neriok. So we run through the outer part here. I will praise Inaruk's loot table, just not him personally. So here we are in Neriok Commons. We can find Risva Tobiath. That's who we're looking for, and we'll let the magic golden path lead us there. It's not that far from the entrance, by the way. These guards are probably going to want some... Nope. Okay, yes, they do. All right, guards. Well, y'all brought this on yourselves. Yep, the magic golden path is here. Now, I mean, I could tell you on the map that, she's, like, right there, but... And you could also just invis past all these guards, by the way. But, you know, it's as good a time as any for some war crimes. And remember, you know, they're not actually war crimes. You know, these guys are very evil. You know, we are doing the Lord's will here. We are removing evil from the world. This is an objectively good act. Also, our faction standing with primordial malice could not possibly get any better. So, you know, Lannis is like totally into me right now. Apparently, like she is she is open to the idea of me fixing her. Apparently, you know, my faction with her cannot get better. So yeah, we're going into this. Yeah, the Neriok down under. Oh, more guards want to die. Is the map built in? Well, this is actually the default map right here. We could switch to the Brewall map, which is a third-party map. They will both get you to the... But, you know, generally speaking, towns have maps by default. But the Brewall version is better. But we can also just find the NPC. So, we go down into the Blind Fish. There's Marincor Tobiath, who will not sell us any drinks because we are dubious in here. But if we go downstairs, here's Risva Tobiath. Now, interestingly, she is also dubious. So, she won't actually sell us a drink. She won't take our money. But she will lead us to infinite power. So we can hand her the torn frost-covered book from Vox, the torn burnt book from Nagafen. Note, by the way, both of those are just straight no trade. You cannot trade those. And although, you know, she is a working woman, as you can tell by the you know, 3/4 ass she is showing off to us right there with her leather chaps. So, you know, she does expect a bribe of 1,000 platinum. Give. And she says, know this now. I will not be helping your people soon enough. I suggest looking for another to aid you in this process. I hear that there is a woman known as Rinoval who may be able to help you in the future. I have done what you've asked. Now be gone from this place. I can bear your stink no longer. All right. So, yeah, she gave us a hint there about Renoval, like I said, who's over in North Kinos. And she has, however, given us the Book of Scale, which, interestingly, is tradable. Unlike its components, the Book of Scale is tradable. So, that's a thing. But now we need to figure out what to do with this book. We can read it, by the way. It does have some information in here. The Book of Scale. In eons past came one of the gods upon the world of Norath. Vishan, crystalline dragon and ruler of the Plane of Sky, found this world pleasing and deposited her brood onto the frozen continent of Velius. With one swipe of her mighty claws, Vishan opened several great wounds upon the surface of Norath, staking her claim to this promising new world. Dragons then walked the land and flew the skies, powerful beings of great intellect, wisdom, and strength. Thus began the Age of Scale. Lovely. So, this ties in to the Book of the Ages questline from the Oracle of Karnon. So we need to go to the Oracle of Karnon in the Ocean of Tears. So I think the fastest way there is just going to be origin to town and take the boat/translocator. Okay. Yeah, it was not added until Kunark. Yep. So if we have to wait until Kunark, then so be it. You know, we'll have plenty of time between July and the end of the year to just grind Shinlord anyway. You know, and perhaps Mari will forgive your trespasses against Frogdom. If I kill enough ghouls, everything will be fine. Oh, by the way, I just want to throw this out because Brass, you'll enjoy this because it involves dwarves. So in my tabletop D&D campaign that was uh, slightly modified, you know, homebrewed EverQuest. At one point, the party needed to get to basically some underfoot content, but to do so, they needed to actually go through Kaladin. And because I decided that the way they were gonna get to the thing I wanted them to do was to go through Kaladin, that it would be basically buried in like a Mines of Moria type thing under Kaladin. And I decided that my dwarves would be hyper lawful, basically hyper fixated on decorum and procedures and standards and practices and things like that. So for the players to be able to do anything in Kaladin, they basically had to go to the Dwarven DMV and fill out paperwork. To get licenses and permits and insurance and sign waivers. Basically, to go into the dungeon, they had to sign government waivers that says, their next of kin aren't allowed to sue the Kingdom of Kaladin for their untimely death. And I actually made them just sit there and twiddle their thumbs for about 5 or 10 minutes while they were waiting in line at basically the DMV. And then I actually made them fill out forms for real to get their licenses and permits from the Kaladin government to be allowed to continue the adventure. And they absolutely loved it. Because that little bit of verisimilitude brought realism and believability to the setting. So we need to go to Ocean of Tears, so off we go. Oh, whoops, I am invisible right now. It doesn't matter. I just gotta pay attention and click the confirmation box so I can spend some money. Your character, when this comes out, believe me, I was like, oh good, the Oracle of Karnan currently has not been murdered by anybody looking for his robe. Very good. Um, 50 brass points for using the term verisimilitude. It's a good word. All right, you're off for the evening, having a bit of gaming yourself. All right, Brass, I appreciate you stopping by. We'll see you next time, hopefully. In 4 or 5 years since you played any D&D. Actually, me too. I haven't gotten to play since I moved. Curse of Strahd's a good module. I mean, it's Ravenloft. Of course it's good. So, the Oracle of Karnan here, he knows what to do with these ancient books of forgotten lore. So, we will just give him this book of scale here. And Oracle of Karnon says, unbelievable. The legendary Book of Scale is mine. Please take this as a small token of my thanks. I warn you, however, if you ever manage to join the corporeal body to the evil that resides within, you will rue the day. And Oracle of Karnon was adjusted by 10. Oracle of Marud was adjusted by minus 10. So, alright. This gives us Miragul's Phylactery. I sent that Lich a phylactery. Liches love phylacteries. So we need to go rejoin that with Miragul's corporeal body so we can force him back to life and return him to a state of proper death instead of undeath. So we need to go back to Everfrost. Good thing we leveled Druid and Wizard so we can just fast travel around the world. Because back to Surefall Glade we go. Yeah, there is actually not an FLGS near me. Like anywhere even vaguely close to me. And we have to force him to spawn. Sort of. Interesting that the Shield of the Immaculate exaltation is all. Is it? Is it supposed to be? Because like Shield of the Immaculate itself is Paladin only. That's weird, but is what it is. So. In order to fight Miragul, we have to do a little thing. Fortunately, there is a very nice QOL improvement made to this step of the quest. Because this part used to be annoying. For reasons that will become obvious momentarily. Stripped. Well, the all version of the mask drops anyway, so shouldn't be a problem. Hey, tinfoil hat. Hello. Good evening. Hey, yep. I figured that was probably you. Yeah, enjoying some nice knoll meat for dinner, I see. Also, hey, on the subject of D&D and whatnot, here's a question for everybody: kobolds, dogs, or lizards? Or call them reptiles or wannabe dragons or whatever. And the Fatch 10, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Yeah, because so in EverQuest, kobolds are canine creatures. In D&D, they are reptilian. And if you're playing 3rd edition, then Dragonrot kobolds are a thing where they are actually dragons instead of wannabes. And that leads to all kinds of character optimization shenanigans. Getting it. I appreciate it. I'm glad you are entertained. Getting some inspiration. Very good. That is kind of the point. So, good to know I'm succeeding. Yeah, a few other places, they're also dogs. If you go back to the OG 1st edition D&D days, the artwork on most things was very crude. And yeah, like the kobolds looked more canine like, but the art was so crude you really couldn't tell. Also, I almost autopiloted back to permafrost. We're gonna do a thing here because this is one of the potential use cases for Sense the Dead. From here, if Miragul is up, we should be able to sense him. Red wine pet. There is. Oh no, we gotta go. We gotta go a little closer to the wall. We don't actually have to do this, but we're doing it for demonstration purposes because this is used to be how you would do this back when this fight was basically a raid fight, or at least a group and a half fight. We go up to the wall over here at the top of the river. And we cast Sense the Dead. Icebone skeleton. Dang. There's an icebone wandering around. Okay. Well, we tried. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway. Or he may also just be dead right now. So the way we get to Miragul's hideout is on the map. The ice hole right here is just left of the fork, or just above the fork on the left side. If I can see it. It kind of blends in. There it is. By the way, if you do not have a fishbone earring or other source of enduring breath here, you do need to actually have a decent swim skill or you will drown. So, go get a fishbone earring. If I roll as a Who-Man, I can XP during the head quest real early. You absolutely can. In fact, I would totally recommend it. Because it will also give you patchwork armor and whatnot. Which, you will replace as soon as possible, but 2 to 4 AC per piece is more than 0. Playing on Quorum? No. Mana Stone is just not in game. But Rubicite is, so you can absolutely play Fashion Quest. Yep, no Mana Stone, and honestly, rightly so. Mana Stone got nuked from orbit on live for a reason. Doing a TLP trick and turn my rusty into tarnished. Totally valid. Also, I mean, good way to level like the early points of smithing. You know, and then fuse your tarnished up to a +10. You know, and become the king or become the lord of the lands between. Yeah, mana robe. I'd say that's probably a safe bet. All right, we're gonna go back to using Sense Undead to find him. There's a these Icebound. He may actually be dead. We may need to jump instances here. Oh, nope, there he is. He's just wandering over there. So, fun fact, in ye olden days, you had to bring an enchanter along to charm the Lich of Marigold in order to do this turn in. Now, he does con KOS, but that doesn't matter. So yeah, on vanilla, he would eat your turn in if you gave it to him. We're gonna buff up a little bit. This is not a hard fight, but I don't want to fly too close to the sun if I don't have to. Bring a dog with you. He won't have a chance. And also, make sure we have Divine Might active because we're gonna be, is the Marigold we fight will not be undead, unfortunately. We bring him back to life so we can kill him again. I am on 1080p. Because I do not own a 4K display. I am very content with 1080p. Oh, hello, Solon McMore. For the, Oh, that was... Why is Solon McMore, KOS to me? Can we... I don't know if we can... I don't know if we can actually fight Solon McMore here. I think he might... Oh, he has, Oh, he has, super invincible god stats. Okay. Yeah, alright. Can we land a root on him? Brings back memories. Yep. Can we root him? Probably not. You know what? We're just gonna train him off. And Absolute Hermit, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. General Akbar, it's a trap! Yeah. By the way, over here is one of the... That pickup right there is one of the bones for Divine Might. And, oh, a glacier bear. Oh, it wants to kill us too? Alright, fine. I mean... Glacier bear pelt. Okay, well, I don't know what that's used for, but, yeah, we'll stick it in the storage. Alright, and we have fallen off aggro of Solon McMore. Always have DA loaded, yep, just in case. Makes sense. Alright. with that out of the way, all right, Lich of Marigold. Now, we want to actually go into Mage Hunter stance for this. But, all right, hey, Marigold, you lost something. Can you sit still for a minute? And now Marigold spawns. He's a level 53 Necromancer. And he procs Deadly Life Tap, which by default does 1,500 damage. It's the same thing that Veneral Sathir procs. Pelt his Totemic Helm. Okay, thank you. You'll see, he is a true Necromancer. His melee damage is non-existent. But look at the accuracy. Miss, 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 miss. He's got hella evasion for some reason. Like, it's actually hard to hit him. Oh, yeah, and Deadly Life Tap is a 750-point life tap. He does heal himself. And, it is resistible, but good luck. Because it checks at magic minus 200. So, yeah, good luck resisting that. Unless you are also a bard. So, Mage Hunter just cuts that 1,500 damage in half. Like all or most NPC casters, he is trying desperately to root us. It's not working very well. Because root does not have a negative 200 resist check. By the way, while we're waiting for this to play out, check out all the damage mitigation we get from Blood Rune. Blood Rune is a great addition to any kind of tank build. Website currently used as an in-game resource. There is the wiki, which I'd have to dig out of the Discord. I don't know, There's the... Wiki? Yeah, eqlwiki.com. What else was I saying? So yeah, yeah, Berserker, in addition to providing a huge pile of damage output with like Berserker stance, yeah, actually gives you a nice benefit in the form of Blood Rune for just free passive mitigation that scales off your offense. Since the way it works, and it's very cheap to buy. It's like 6 or 8 total points to get all 3 ranks. Melee and ability criticals give you 15% of the damage done as a rune, up to 10% of your max HP. And it happens every time you crit. There's, 100% activation chance. And, the harder you crit and the more often, the more free runes you get. And individual activations will stack up to the limit. So, at 6,274 HP, I can have 627 points worth of rune stacked up. Running Enchanter and using Spellblade to proc rune 4 for for sustain. Yeah, totally valid. Totally valid. As long as Rune doesn't have a cooldown on it, which I don't think it does. Though, the Rune is nice, but Rune 4... Rune 4 is like only 300 and something points. You could just Spellblade Superior Heal and recover 600. Alright, and Miragul is running away like a cowardly dog. Here. Stand and fight. Come on, you coward. Get smited, idiot. There we go. Now, for all of you, you know, Organization 13 cosplayers, you know, you could actually, you know, wear Miragul's robe as long as you're an int caster. Have a nice, you know, edgy black robe for all of your Kingdom Hearts related needs. But otherwise, kind of interesting here. Like, purely for the sake of having a 4-piece turn-in, you need the head and the robe. You need 2 items from the same fight. Kind of weird. But with that accomplished, we have Soulfire, Ghoulbane, Miragul's head, Miragul's robe. We are ready to rock. We have effectively... But, I should say we are almost ready to rock, because before Inte Akara will trust us with his Fiery Avenger, we need to make sure we have warmly, honestly call it ally, faction with Deepwater Knights. So how are we going to do that? Well, thankfully, it's way easier now than it used to be. But that means it is time to teleport again. So, this time we will go to Toxulia Forest. Hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. Ugh. So, the old and busted way, we used to have to grind faction here. By the way, don't do this unless you actually hate yourself or you want an excuse to skill up your fishing. And you're not going anywhere for like 3 days. This little fishing hut right here on the edge of the water in Toxulia Forest right here has this guy right here, Eliel Brook. He is a heretic. That's why he comes ready to attack and why he is a necromancer. He's only level 7. Goodbye, Eliel Brook. We get negative 20 heretics, plus 20 Deepwater Knights, 20 Gatecallers, 20 Craft Keepers, and 20 Crimson Hands. So basically, every faction that matters in Eredin. But he has like a 10-minute respawn time. 20 points every 10 minutes is terrible. Again, unless you want to sit here and practice your fishing while listening to the very comfy music that plays right here. So we have a better solution. Because it's not 1999 anymore. Heavily camped in Classic? Yes, he is. Because in Classic, that's pretty much the only effective way to get Deepwater Knights faction for this purpose. Thankfully, we are not living in true classic anymore. It is not 1999. We have access to better solutions. A Fading Spectre. Hello there, a Fading Spectre. Only level 10. Goodbye, a Fading Spectre. Alright, gotta respect the skeletons out here, though. They're working hard. Yo ho, no light. Now, we don't want to jump down the hole. For now. That comes later. Now, we can, for example, kill these idiots in here. Or that idiot specifically. 15 faction points. Not bad. But we run through the newbie yard of Payneal. And we go to the Warrens. And then we start murdering. And you'll notice, every kobold killed, a few of the high tier named give slightly more, but every basic kobold will give you +5 faction with High Guard of Eredin, and +5 faction with Heretics. Yep, every single one. Now, Heretics are currently scowling at -1089. But if we kill enough of these guys, if we just did this for a while, and we see that these start at level 5, so this is a very good newbie zone to just run ripshod through if you wanted to do this at a level appropriate point, so you get some XP for it. They also drop a lot of soft wicker gear and rusty weapons, albeit by a different name. And soft wicker is basically patchwork, or tattered by a different name, or burlap, basically cloth. And there are a lot of kobolds in here, and they will very frequently drop kobold molars. Yep, or level an extra class or something. Yep. The deeper end of the zone gets a little bit higher level than like 5, but What? How do I not have inventory space? Do I not? Oh, because somehow because I ended up with some bones in my inventory. And some kobold hides. We really do not need those. So, we can kill these guys for their molars. But more importantly, in addition to the molars, we're getting the Heretics faction, and that's really what matters. Now, the molars, as we'll demonstrate in a bit, we can turn in for more faction. But yeah, getting that Heretics faction up to amiable specifically is the real goal. We do want to stockpile molars, though, while we're here. No reason not to. But getting amiable with Heretics is the important part. Because once you have amiable faction with Heretics, you can get the key to Payneal proper. I think you can also lockpick it as a rogue, I think. But but it just doesn't take that long to get amiable. Once you have amiable faction, you can go over here, talk to any of the skeleton guards over here, and they will give you some dialogue about requesting a replacement key in case you lost yours. By the way, the key also activates an achievement when you use it, so you don't have to hold on to it. And this will take us down into Payneal proper. And unlike most towns, there's actually quite a few NPCs in here that we are allowed to kill. So, of course, we will take advantage of that. Like these three idiots right here. There's 10 faction points. Ah, level 18 guard. I don't think you're going to be very effective, Mr. Guard. So, yeah, now we can just kind of run ripshod through the whole zone, killing everybody we see that we are allowed to kill. And different NPCs give different amounts of faction. Ah. The guards are trying their best. They are but merely, you know, feeble skeletons, so... Bunch of Shadow Knight NPCs that we're not allowed to attack, unfortunately. Big empty hall full of nothing. Hop the teleporter over to the next section of town. More guards. Very inept guards. Hop on the next teleporter. I think we want to hop the next. Yeah, because the Necromancer Guild doesn't have much we can do. But up here, crucially, where we want to go, Tabernacle of Terror. This is the Cleric Guild. This is where it gets interesting. 25 faction for that guard. Not bad. Remember, everybody here worships Khazak Thul, so it's okay to kill them. They're all very, very evil. Ooh, and a whole bunch of stuff just aggroed. Excellent. Like Aldahim's Squanchy, or Squanchy. Some of you may know this guy. This guy used to be bugged for the longest time to give 1,000 points of faction. That has been fixed. I believe he's been reduced to 100. He is a level 45 cleric, by the way, so you do need to be level appropriate to do this version of the factions quest. You know, you could, at low levels, you could just grind kobolds and turn in molars. Doing the destruction of Payneal will require you to basically be at the level where you are actively ready to turn in your Fiery Avenger. Yeah, sorry, I narked. This got fixed because of me. Also, all these clerics mean lots of, oh, I should... Let me switch mage, berserker stance back on so I can actually do damage. You don't need negative faction with heretics, but I don't care if the heretics hate me. You do need to actually max out your heretic faction as one of the components of unlocking erudites as a race. So if you grind enough kobolds to max out your heretic faction, then you're halfway to unlocking erudite. Oh, you see that previous NPC that just died to riposts? Or no, wait. Or no, that was, yeah, he, so Squanchy gave us 100 points of faction. This other guy gave us 10. We are here to demonstrate how to do Deepwater Knights, which is the faction you need for the final Fiery Avenger turn-in. So, I think you can do it technically at high ally, but, or excuse me, at high warmly. Just get ally. It doesn't take long. The whole process, top to bottom, for Deepwater Knights faction, doing it this way, maybe take you an hour, 2 hours tops. Dark Elves, yeah, you just, because you basically give a bunch of red wine to a merchant, and he rewards you with enough faction to unlock Dark Elf, I believe is the process. So, yeah, also, yeah, Aldahim, Squanchy, and Zan Ammo are here in the middle of the Clerics Guild. The Cleric Guild Masters, sadly, are unattackable. Otherwise, we would murder them, too. All these other various spirit chanters in here. Yeah, you can just ransack this city to your heart's content. Oh, nice triple smite there. Very nice. Love to see it. Sadly, like most townsfolk, the NPCs in here do not give XP. Which is a shame, but oh well. We will use the difficulty picker to basically ghetto sucker back to the entrance. And we'll go back to Eridan real quick. Turn in our molars. Just for demonstration purposes. Yeah, molars are strictly optional if you want to just massacre Peniel. Yeah, either way, the process, it just doesn't take very long. Why is there a troll out here? Get out of here. Hey, we got +5 frog faction. Huzzah. And once we head to Eridan, it'll be time to turn in, or time to do the final turn-in. Yeah, all 3 factions needed for this process. Knights of Truth, Priests of Life, Deepwater Knights, all very easy to take care of these days. The old days of grinding Elio by the fishing hut for days on end are thankfully long gone and hopefully never coming back. I'm actually curious if you're allowed to attack in Teokera. We're going to find out. So here are the Deepwater Knights, followers of Prexus. Go in here. Go through the door. And TM Consier, I'm pretty sure it's this guy. You have 3 molars. And you can actually hand them in groups of 4. Which gives you 7 points of Deepwater Knights faction. It's not showing that there, but just take my word for it. It's 7 points. Then High Council of Eridan goes up by 5. Heretics goes down by 1. So, easy to do. Slaughter Payneal. Turn in molars. Good to go. So we've now confirmed. Yeah, we are max ally with Deepwater Knights. So we are ready to do the final turn in Plane of Sky. Now, we will need to get to Inteakara, and he is located on the Pegasus Island. That means you will need to, before spawning Inte, you will need to already have a couple of sky keys done. You need to get the key off the Azarac Island by killing imps until the Protector of Sky spawns. Then kill him to spawn Siren the Lunatic. And then hand in an animal figurine to get the key. And then next after that is Gorgolosk Island. So you need to kill something on that island to get the item. And then you need to kill Gorgolosk to spawn Siren the Lunatic, so you can hand it in and get the next key to the Pegasus Island. I was able to solo Imp Island and get that key. Gorgolosk Island is a big jump up in difficulty. Solo instances of Sky are not available right now, but they are coming soon, trademark. So keying up solo will probably be a good bit easier once that content is accessible. For now, though, you get a couple of people, you go to Sky, you can grind out all your keys very, very quickly. It's not a hard process. If you're, powerful enough to be doing this final turn-in step, you can get Sky keys. It's no big deal. Now, if you have a high-level wizard friend or R1 yourself, you could just cast Altar Plane Sky to just go right there. Or you can use this handy-dandy entrance here in East Freeport. So here we are in the Plane of Sky. So we would need to normally buy some keys off of Keymaster. The Ifridi's key, the Key of Swords, Key of the Misplaced, we just buy all 3 of those. So we also don't have to worry about killing stuff here on the entrance island. While also getting access to... it gives us access to the quest room, the Noble Dojorn, and Azarac Island. You can just buy all those keys for a bit of plat. But where we are going right now is the quest room. Alright, and thankfully there is now a chest right here, so if you left some of your quest components at home, that's okay, you can get them now. And Dassen Goldblade is who we want. Every wizard NPC sells the component now, so I assume it is still required to cast the spell. So yeah, just go to Freeport and click on the clicky. So, hail, Das and Goldblade. Greetings, Aranir. Are you pure of heart and soul? I am pure of heart and soul. By the way, Sky Quest NPCs are very particular about the wording that you give them when talking to them. Then choose. Do you wish your purity to be tested by Gregory or Durkog? I wish to be tested by Durkog. Durkog is a gruff one, but his faith is what all paladins should strive to equal. Read this book and return it to me. If you've done so, I shall summon Durkog to test you. Alright. So the Walk with Evil book. We'll give that. And Durkog spawns. Hail Durkog. Leave me be, ya orc-kissing son of Inaruk. You ain't one of the cursed dark elf dogs. Well then, laddie, are you ready to get started? Or are you here for something else? Well, let's see. I am ready to get started. That's the spirit. I only have one test for you. Return to me an ivory sky diamond and a windrune Lena. In return, I'll give you me girdle. That's for the Girdle of Faith. That's one of the just regular Plane of Sky quest items. I am here for something else. Am here for something else. I wish to speak to Inte. So there it goes. That's the dialogue. I wish to speak to Inte. Follower of the water god he be, and one of the most powerful holy knights e'er to walk Norath. His name be Inte Akera, and he can tell you what you be wanting to know. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Alright, actually, I don't know the dialogue to actually proceed the conversation organically, so we're just going to give him 500 platinum and tell him to be on his way. Alright. Thank you, laddie. He's waiting for you up top. Okay. We give Durkog 500 plat, and now the timer is ticking. We need to be efficient. Inte Akera is not up for very long. We want to be invis, so we can get past the Azarax without getting aggroed. Because Azarax will root you in place and just kind of get you stuck. And we won't know if Azarax are up until we come here. Gorgolosk Island, everything's neutral, so it doesn't matter. But next is Pegasus Island. Fortunately, everything on Pegasus Island is also neutral. And we go over to the windmill here. And there's Inte Akera, holding a Fiery Avenger. Whoops. He does not see invis, oddly enough. Have you retreated here as well? Say, I have retreated here as well. Nope. Or I am merely visiting. Alright, he doesn't... Anyway, the point is, his turn-ins are specific. We got to do this correctly. So, we give him a Soulfire. He gives us a first blessing. We give him the Ghoulbane. He gives us the second blessing. And now, first blessing, second blessing, head, robe, ding, Fiery Avenger. Planning on doing a video guide for this questline? Uh, you're looking at it. We've been recording the whole time, actually. This is absolutely a video guide. So, Inte tells us here, you have chosen wisely, my friend. Take this note as a token of my blessing upon you. And then, yep. And then finally, long have I awaited this moment. You have done what even I thought impossible. Take this sword, the Fiery Avenger. You have earned both it and my deepest respect. Can we attack Inte? Probably not. They probably made him unattackable. Or at least gave him god stats. Let's find out. Oh, he's attackable. He casts Soul Devour. Alright, let's duel Inte Akara. Just for funsies. Let's see if he drops the old Sword of Death. Probably not. This guy was like God mode hard back in the day. Hey, look, you know, this is justice for Shin Lord, okay? We had to kill many Shin Lords, you know, in order to get this far. So, you know, he deserves some vengeance. Yeah. I'll show him who the boss of this gym really is. Well, he's trying to cast Superior Healing. It's not doing much. He doesn't have a lot of mana, though, because he's a paladin. Yeah, why? Yeah, how is he proccing Soul Devour of all things? You gotta wonder about this guy. Friggin' 500-point life tap proc? What's this guy really up to? What kind of paladin goes around devouring souls? You know, Wilgen, yeah. Secretly a Sith Lord? By the way, yeah, Wilgen, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. I'm also curious what Inte's faction hits look like. Probably minus like 10,000. Yeah. Get smited. Burning Soul of the Virtuous. Actually, only minus 750. Minus 112. High Council. Burning Soul of the Virtuous. What in the world? Once the soul of a paladin who retired with the Sky Nobles. Ah, Charlize, welcome, welcome. Is this actually used for something? Like, I've never even heard of this item before. Is this new? Yeah, like, Google has no idea what this is. Huh. To get it to plus 10, a lot. I think I may have discovered an Easter egg. Or new original quest? Uh, yeah. Google doesn't know it exists. Uh, this is new. Um, I'm gonna have to, let's see here. I'm gonna have to post this on the Discord. Because this is neat. Uh... Why does my keyboard keep resetting to Japanese? Is that the Keeper of Souls flying by? Should not have been. Unless somebody spawned one and didn't kill it. Which would be kind of odd. Start of... I mean, yeah, maybe for an SK quest? It would make sense. But yeah, very nice quality of life upgrade there with that portal from Quest Island back to the first island, um, which is new, by the way. That does not exist on vanilla. So you can actually self-spawn your own in Teokera. Traditionally, you would need someone else to go talk to Dirkhog for you while you hang out up here and wait for Inte to appear. Or, you talk to Dirkhog and somebody summons you up here. You have like a mage cast Call of the Hero, or in the context of Legends, have someone gather party you up here. Yeah, P99 lists his loot as none. Yep, because in the very olden days, um, like OG days, he actually dropped a special no rent sword that was actually the best weapon in the game. It was like an Easter egg weapon. Um, yeah, it would disappear if you zoned out or logged out. It quickly got removed from the game. But yeah, this is neat. Hmm. So, what would we well, we'll let the theory crafters go to town figuring out what to do with this thing. Cause y'all's guess is as good as mine. If there's like a Dark Avenger, maybe that would be cool. Uh, we did it for a joke, but I don't know. Did we find something interesting? But yeah, so that is the whole quest, top to bottom, for Soulfire and Fiery Avenger. Um, we can do a little bit of pre-questing now on Fiery Defender drops. For example, if you spend any amount of time in Plane of Hate, a Thought Destroyer will spawn and drop a Tainted Darksteel Breastplate. Kurakville is wandering around Nectalos Forest, but you can't attack him yet. The only other question is Keeper of Tombs active in the hole yet? And you know what? Let's just for funsies, let's go check. We'll just teleport back to Tox real quick. Um, Let's go. Yeah, we'll go check for Keeper of Tombs. And so, okay, yeah, chat, special bonus. maybe we found something neat. Or maybe we just found an Easter egg. Um, hmm. You know, what we should probably do, not tonight, but just in general, go kill kobolds, fix our heretics faction, and see if we can turn that into anybody in Payneal. Or try giving it to Marigold, maybe? That would be kind of funny. Or Meryl. I try to fix hair. In this case, it would be to see if there's an NPC in Payneal that will accept that new bizarre item we just found. It would be purely for science. Maybe give it to, like, the Overlord of Payneal or something? Nope. It's not on Alakazam. It's not on P99. Google has never heard of it. It's a new item. Yeah, it is a new Legends-specific item. It has never been seen before. Because, like, why would anybody bother killing Inte Akera, right? That's just stupid, right? You know what? In addition to, maybe I'll post it on the general Discord. Oh, wait, you can't post images on general, though. Crap. I can post a link to the item. Yeah, I can post my my push link. But ooh. Oh, pff. Stupid rock golem, get out of here. Also, I'm not even sure that this item graphic exists in Old World. Or item icon, I mean. What am I looking for? Oh, beneficial. Invisibility. Yes, I want improved IVU. Got a little parade of mobs up ahead of us. Just all going for a nice walk. Minding their own business. Oh, that must be it. Oh, somebody led a train from somewhere. So, yeah. Yeah, let's just kill them. Dang, I wish Brass had still been here to see that happen. Wonder. So this ringmail bracelet, came from one of those random turn-ins. Hey, we dinged an AA. What do we just buy turn undead for funsies, maybe? We can buy another rank of mental clarity. I'm not sure. We're just, like, healing stuff, probably. Let's just pop a potion. Just because I'm lazy. Oh, pff, of course, everything in here sees undead. Sees invis. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Hmm. Alrighty. We need to go IVU. Up into the ghost tower. Yep, alright. It would wipe the floor with us. Probably not, actually. Keeper of Tombs, if he exists, is... I want to say he's, like, right over... I thought he was, like, over here on the left side. Over in, like, the cemetery. I thought he was, like, right here. I mean, he might not exist yet. It's entirely possible he's just not in-game yet. Or someone might have just killed him for fun. Also entirely possible. Ghost of Kindle. Though it's oddly not actually on the map. Just kind of weird. Every other notable thing is, but not that for some reason. Lots of spooky ghost sounds in here. Up the ghost tower we go. Yep, lots of revenants. Oh, there's actually a guy up here XPing. Oh, GG. Oh, and look, hey, he's a paladin cleric berserker. Good on him. Ah, Urzlak the Wretched. Actually not familiar with that mob. I mean, I know he's not new or anything. He drops the withered leather. Yeah, just total junk. So, all right. Well, to answer the question then about Keeper of Tombs, either somebody just killed him because he was in the way, or he's not in game yet. But he is one of the 3 required kills for Fiery Defender, alongside Kirakville and Thought Destroyer. But beyond those 3 kills, the rest of the Fiery Defender quest is just running around, talking to some folks in Caladim, talking to a girl in West Freeport, talking to a girl in Felwith, and then you pop over to the Peacekeepers in Eridan, talk to Reklon Nowlan, turn in all your stuff, get the final item. You give that to Iraq Altil on the Plane of Fear. He's typically near the Glare Lord area, unfortunately. And there you go. You're done. Fiery Avenger is honestly like 90% of the legwork of Fiery Defender. So I think it is... If someone, like myself, because I will do this, farmed up, I don't know, 10 or 20 Fiery Avengers. The Fiery Defender and everybody coming up asking me why I was holding a hilt. Yep, the Holy Ice Cream Scoop, because the blade is all particle effects. But if I farmed up, I don't know, like 2 backpacks full of Fiery Avengers, 2 backpacks full of Tainted Darksteel breastplates. We would do some whole runs to do Keeper of Tombs, and some Nectalos runs for Kirakville, and then go do turn-ins. I mean, it would honestly be easy to have a plus 10 Fiery Defender in fairly short order. Give or take for the respawn time on Keeper of Tombs and Kirakville, and remember, you've got 5 picks to cycle through, and also depending on how fast Iraq Altil respawns in Plane of Fear. Assuming you moat each defender up to 5, you need 2 5s to a 6. So you need 2 to 6, 4 to 7, 8 to 8, 16 to 9. You would need 32. If they fix moats, that makes the whole process even easier. But otherwise, you would need 32 copies. I can farm 32 Fiery Avengers between July and December. That is a thing I am fully capable of doing. And the only time-consuming part really is Zacatl and Shinlord. Yeah, moats getting fixed would be very nice, because even if it was just although even then, moats plus 6 and above are so rare. We would be able to make a few plus 6s probably, but that would be about it. So, alrighty, well, that was 5.5 hours right there, of running around and questing and maybe discovering something interesting that we didn't expect to find. Maybe. Hoping some other people go kill Entei and maybe do some research and maybe find something. Because, yeah, after forcing us to kill that many Shin Lords, he deserves to get his skull caved in a few times. And for using Soul Devourer, yeah, I really do have to wonder, is he secretly a Sith? Oh, my deity is and will always be Aerolus Imar. Yeah, plus 10 in epic without doing the quest 32 times. Hey, you know, doing the rogue epic 32 times is not a hassle. Doing the mage epic 32 times is. You know, and yeah, I would make that plus 10 fiery defender purely just for the fun of doing the fiery avenger 32 times, because of course that's fun, right? Right? You know, with 5 months to do it, I'm pretty sure I could make it happen. 32 fiery avengers. We'd have to get 32 sets of books. Like 32 Soulfires is easy. Finger quotes. Easy. 32 sets of books from Vox and Nag. That requires our... That's a little... Well... That might be in order. But, yeah, definitely not Dad Camp. That's... You know... That is the sort of thing I would do while, like, grinding Grand Blue Guild Wars. Just go sit on Shinlord and grind him while grinding other things. Hey, Koada Doll. Good evening. Yeah, doing the open world. Yeah, which is going away. But I think, yeah, their phraseology, they said, you know, the quest items will drop every time. Presumably that is talking about the books, among other things. You know, or other things like, you know, Sword of Abrogation and whatnot that the SKs use. Slabibby. What did the lore tab on the burning item say again? Yeah, I'll show it again. Cause I mean, it tells you just, yeah. Once the soul of a paladin who retired with the Sky Nobles. So just confirming that it did come from Inteakara. This is like my new mission, like find what in the world this is used for, if anything. You know, or is it like a Path of Exile fishing item? Where, I mean, who knows? Maybe, you know, you turn Fiery Avenger and the Burning Soul into somebody. Overlord of Payneal? Noble Dojorn? Fippy Darkpaw? Who knows? And maybe something happens. Give it to Lucan Delir for all that it's worth. I don't know. You know, I'm hoping some people see this video or see my post in the Discord and start working on it, because I would like to see where this goes. I am very curious right now. But you know, that is a question, I guess, for next time. So yeah, we're wow, what time is it anyway? Oh boy, it is 1 in the morning. So yeah, that is the full Fiery Avenger and Soulfire top to bottom guide. Please use it appropriately to get your Fiery Avengers as efficiently and painlessly as possible, to the extent that getting it painlessly is at all possible. Good luck with your Shinlord drops and your Zakatl drops and everything else. And all that being said, thanks for tuning in, everybody who is here in chat with me. Special thanks to Brass for stopping by and hanging out. And also thanks to everybody out there in VOD land watching this on the YouTubes and hopefully getting some value out of this. My name is Tim. I will see you all next time. Good night.